Um, I don't see that right now. Okay, perfect. Are we live? Awesome. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Arcade Rumble League Season 1, Week 2. My name is Sugar Bear. I'm here with Angel Freak. Angel, how are you?
Hello, Sugar Bear, and thank you for being here. I'm glad that you could help us today with the English commentary. And for
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
all right, perfect. For those who don't speak Spanish, well, voy a cambiar un poquito el comentario. ¿Cómo están todos? Buenas tardes. Qué bueno que están aquí sintonizando el stream de Arcade Rumble semana 2 de la Liga Sam Show. El día de hoy nos vamos a alternar con el comentario en inglés, perdón. Vamos a estar haciendo esto cada semana. La próxima vez nos toca en español. Como quiera voy a estar yo por ahí dando cualquier instrucción, cualquier información que sea necesaria en español para nuestros viewers que no dominan el inglés por completo. Y pues bueno, quería dejarles saber todo eso también para que no se saquen de onda de que ya nos volvimos gringos, nada de eso. Pero tenemos aquí al buen Sugar Bear, que es un jugador muy conocido, y nos va a estar ayudando en esta transmisión con el comentario en inglés. So, Sugar, I was telling our viewers that you are going to be helping us this week and that we are going to be alternating from Spanish to English every other week, and that we are happy to have you.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. You told me about the Switch, and I think it's exciting. I'm super honored to be the first to do English commentary for you guys. And I was thinking earlier, when it comes to competitive fighting games, often you're talking about the top talent. It seems like people are always referring to American players or Japanese players, and fighting games are a really international sport as far as I'm concerned. So I'm super excited to show off how strong Mexico is in Samurai Showdown tonight. And it's an honor. I'm just excited, happy to be here. And it's looking like a serious bracket. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this bracket yet, but it's no joke. There's a lot of strong players here.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. Fighting games are international. And also, as you mentioned, there are a lot of very strong Mexican players. Last week, actually, two North American players had the opportunity to join us, and they shared their thoughts on Twitter. It was Sinister X and Guzman, who had a lot of fun, according to what they tell us, right, and according to what we saw on stream. And they share their thoughts about the level you can expect from the Mexican players.
Absolutely. I mean, anyone who's been paying attention to Sam Show competition since it's come out, you're thinking about what was it, Ronin Rumble. Mexico has always been a presence. So I think for people in the know, regardless of what country you're from, that Mexico's strong because they've proven it over and over again. However, the big question on my mind is, you look at this bracket and there's a lot of Mexican players who we know, they are known entities. They've already proven themselves. There's some names here that I don't know. So that's what I'm excited to see. Who is going to show themselves to, be the diamond in the rough? A lot of names we've heard of, a lot we haven't. And there's a lot that I don't know regarding these players. There could be some killers here who I just haven't heard from yet.
Yeah, exactly. And that is something very interesting because last week we were expecting to see some of the renowned players that you mentioned, and some of them didn't make it to top eight. So
Wow.
it was a surprise, of course, and we saw new players new players maybe for the North American players, right? Because
Yes.
they don't join Running Rumble. And one of the barriers that we have found that prevent them from joining these tournaments is that they don't fully speak English. So, like being in Discord and trying to find your match and all that is kind of a big deal for them. So some of them just refrain from entering these tournaments.
And that makes sense. So, and that's what's so exciting about this. There's a lot of people who the public haven't got a chance to see that now they're going to get that chance. So I'm super excited, and I can't wait to get started. But it's funny you said that. the Arcade Rumble Discord is almost purely Spanish, so I can commiserate because I feel like an outsider in a good way, you know what I mean? So I can definitely see what it's like to be on the other side of the tracks because it can be intimidating. So it's nice for those players to have a place where they can show their stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I hope in the first minutes of this interaction with us in Discord and in the chat and here with the Arcade Rumble team, make you feel at home.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm excited. Now, do we know who's going up first?
Yeah, I believe. Just let me double check that information.
Yeah, take your time. All good. No big deal. Okay, Mackie and Kachori. I actually know both of these fellas, not personally, but we've played often. I think, believe it or not, one of the first players I ran into on ranked was Kachori. And back then he was playing Galford, and I think to this day he's still playing Galford. And if I'm not mistaken, Mackie is a Jubei. Is that still the case?
Yeah, that's right. And Kochori still mains Galford.
Perfect. And, the first thing on my mind is, do these two players get a chance to play often? What's the history here?
No, I don't believe they play any often. I'm not very sure. I'm gonna have to check the
Sure.
last week's bracket. I'm not sure if they fought, but I don't think they play together very often.
Okay, cool. So they'll get a chance to feel each other out. And Galford versus Jubei, both very strong characters in my opinion, especially in this season. Jubei's been strong for a while. Galford 1.0 was a menace. He got toned down, and he kind of flew under the radar for a little while. And after a few rounds of buffs, I feel like people are starting to catch on again to Galford being very competitive. Obviously, he has some weaknesses that Jubei can take advantage of, a lot of recovery on his projectiles. Jubei's got a surprisingly quick jump arc. So there's going to be some back and forth, and it'll be interesting to see how they handle the neutral here. Kachori isn't going to be able to go nuts with projectiles. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that I can say about Maki's style is that I don't know, he was a very strong player here in Ultra Street Fighter 4.
Oh, okay.
And it feels sometimes like the times I've played with him that he's a very footsie heavy player. So we'll see.
Awesome. Exciting. Okay. So it looks like we're getting into it. There we go. Playing at full screen right now, based off my history with Mackie, he does play a little bit more lame, which is perfectly fine. Jubei is prepared to do that. Okay, Kachori applying pressure. Oof. Okay, that was an interesting interaction. I wasn't sure what was going to happen there, but right now, Mackie is just sort of bearing the brunt to this. Gets knocked down. Poppy's out. More projectiles. So Mackie being very, very passive right now, more than you'd probably suggest 1B, but looks like now he's starting to pressure a little bit. But so far, you could argue uneventful. They're just feeling each other out at this moment.
Yeah, exactly. This is the first round, and we still have a long set to go.
Absolutely. Burst, that has to be accidental. That has to be accidental. In my personal opinion, obviously he was going to eat the WFT, and that's not what you want to have happen. But personally, I feel like it's a little too early to burst there. So I have to wonder, is that what he wanted, or was that a misinput?
Yeah, it definitely has to be a misinput, I think.
Yeah. So right now, when something like that happens, you have to recompose yourself, and you don't have a lot of time. The other player isn't going to slow down for you. You need to pull it together and figure out how you're going to win. And right now, he looks like the best way to win in his eyes is to play defensive. However, it looks like, well, definitely now Galford has that lead. So, yep. Kachori pulls it out. No, my apologies. Mackie takes it at the last second there.
Yeah, that was very close.
Yeah, it was. Okay, once again, taking it very slow in the beginning. Nice conversion there from Maki. Decent damage. And still, relatively slow pace, just like the last match. They're taking their time, trying to feel each other out. So a little bit of technical difficulties over here, having trouble seeing the stream, but we might be a little bit delayed, but we're going to keep bringing the action to you. Missed throw right there. Maki punishes. And right now, both are up one. Kachori, very close game here. Going low. Counters immediately with the stand B. There we go. Perfect. Okay, missed time. Alpha Blade there. Kachori pops. Oof. Big B. Oh, you got to be careful with those. And, oh, there it is. Maki was threatening every single time Kachori approached. Maki was ready with the button. And once you get to that point, you start to wonder, okay, button, no button. Button, no button. He's tempting him to throw something out, throw out the Isen. And he did, and he was prepared. Solid closing from Maki. And what's interesting about that is we saw that first round, what we would have to assume was an accidental burst. And he was able to compose himself and close out that game. I think that says a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Especially at the end when you have your opponent with full resources. And it says a lot about Maki's patience.
Yes. That's a tall order. A lot of players, I think, would feel like there was no chance at that point. But he put it back together and he made it happen. So going back to the lobby, trying to make sure that we're giving the lobby every chance it can get to stay stable for us. Potentially a character swap here. We'll see what happens. If it is going to happen, it's going to be on Kachori, having lost that first round. And Maki's coming into this up one with a big turnaround, as we said earlier. So it's on Kachori now to do something about it.
Yeah, exactly. Last week, Kachori decided to go with Yoshitora instead of Galford.
Interesting. And it looks like we're seeing Shizumaru here. Now, that's an interesting choice. Not a choice anyone would argue with, but they would argue with that. That was a little bit aggressive. Maki getting a good punish off of that. And I feel that any hesitance that Maki might have had going into this, or uncertainty, has sort of been settled by that point. He's got a big life lead now. Kachori is already in the orange. Missed throw. Oh, that's a big problem. And Kachori takes his opportunity to SSM there. Oof, my goodness. Look at that damage. Wow.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah. One mistake, and they're now even.
Yeah, exactly. That is all it takes. Welcome to Samsho City, baby.
I love it. Okay, good air control there. Not afraid. Oop. And that's it. Maki takes game one. And, I agree with the SSM, but once you've spent that SSM, you don't take that round. That's something you need to sort of... you can't feel good about that. If you're going to spend the resource, you want to take the round. So Kachori, it was on Maki the first game. He gave up that burst when he didn't intend to, and he came back and turned it around. Kachori spends that SSM first round, doesn't take the game. Now it's on him to compose himself and figure out, how the heck am I going to win this? I got to win this. How are we going to do it? So right now, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just not forget that Shizumaru is a character that has many Isen under the sleeve, right, with the tap.
Yeah, tap is always a threat. And it's such a powerful resource in the game like this. You know what I mean? To just be able to rip for 50, 60% damage at almost any time. Not almost any time, but several times a game is very potent. And that's it. That's it. Maki takes it. Second game convincingly. Kachori, maybe we don't know how prepared that Shizu was, but today it did not work out. Maki takes it.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see more of Couture in the losers bracket. And for now, Maki advances to the next match.
Alrighty. Solid first game. Definitely shows off what Sam Show's all about. Some big damage there. Always fun to see. Some people, the folks who might not be fans of this game, one of the biggest complaints they have is that the damage is too big. And I don't know about you, but I think that's a feature. I love to see it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I grew up playing the first versions of the game, and I am pretty used to this, right? Back in the day, you will get DC with just one slash, and you will get killed with another. So it's not new for us, right? All players.
Yes.
For some people, it is indeed not a mistake. I'm sorry, a problem, because they're used to damage scaling, which really doesn't happen here.
No. I mean, there is some guts as the life bar starts to go down, but the truth of the matter is 2 or 3 hits and you can be dead. So you got to be mindful. And that's what makes the game interesting, because you do always have to mitigate risk. When is the time to take risk? Risk is unavoidable. You know what I mean? Because when damage is that big, risks are going to have to be taken. So it's when and where and how, And I think it leads to a very tense style of game, which I just appreciate, because a good game, it can feel like there's nothing like it, in my opinion, just because it's so stressful. And I love that. I don't know about you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and one thing about the Mexican players is that they are like the Rushdown game, right? They're not very patient. Most of the people I see, most of the North American players, they like to stay right behind, and they just like focus on hitting the opponent when it's possible. And for example, take Robert. Robert is a very aggressive player, and they sometimes don't care about the damage they receive because they're always attacking. And for most Mexican players, I will say, and you will see about that during the tournament, that they like to attack a lot, and they really don't care about getting attacked.
Yes, which I think is interesting. Now, I mean, you say that that's a Mexican play style, but is it universal? Would you say that's universally how gameplay is handled around here, or is it just prominent, or what? Tell me about it.
Yeah, the thing is that most of these players, especially Samsho players, the current Samsho players, are former KOF players.
Okay.
And KOF is a very fast-paced game, and they're very combo heavy, and you can't really turtle. I mean, you can probably, depending on the character you use, but that will be something like, I don't know, to name one, Chang in KOF 14. But basically, the Mexican player is very aggressive when they play any fighting game. And Samsho is no different.
Yeah, and talk about some top tier Mexican players. Cotier is coming up, it looks like, with that earthquake. And Pepe KOF, I have not heard this name before. So once again, is there anything to say about Pepe KOF? Because I have not heard that name before. It looks like an Arcade Rumble member.
Is not an Arcade Rumble member, but he's pretty well known in our Facebook groups about games and all that.
Gotcha. Okay, so
he's actually a strong player.
Okay, exciting. And Cotier obviously is a well-known entity. Samurai Shodown, arguably the best EQ on the planet. Now, arguably, I'm sure Japan might have something to say about that. There might be gold players from the States, but no one will question the fact that Cotier is one of the best when it comes to Earthquake.
Yeah, exactly. He took the last mayor of last year. It was, let me remember the name, Big Bang. He took first place. It was pretty interesting. In Big Bang, they gave you like a belt, like a wrestling belt, when you win the championship.
Okay.
I'll tell you more about it when the match is over.
Perfect. Command grab from Cotier. Got a slight life lead right now. Oof. Big damage off that JC whiff grab. Ooh, dodges the tap there. Nice punish. Instant air, JC, and a burst. It makes sense to me. He was definitely feeling the pressure at this point. And he takes it. He spent the resource and he took it. There's nothing you can argue with on that. That was the right move to make. He's going in now with no resources up against Cotier, who's got, bar still in play. A little bit of movement now in the neutral. No big damage quite yet. Hits him with the air butt to the low. Crosses over. Crosses over again. Wow. With a 6-6D. Some very interesting movement on Pepe's wake up. But Pepe, a couple few hits has evened it up again.
Yeah, I think these two players know each other very well. I would say Cotier knows the match very well.
Yeah, I figure. There's a lot of strong Shizus down there. He must. And I feel if you're trying to play this game at a high level, you got to know this matchup by now. Interesting call. Really, I don't know. It seemed like a long shot to me, but at least he won't die with his resources on the table. He did everything he can. Wake up DP, but he's in the red. Ooh, needs to make some big damage, and that's a start. Cotier hits him with the elbow, then the 6-6D. Oof, JC, that's some damage. And it's, all of a sudden, very close. And the air Fat Bomber takes it. Interesting. Because he was super close. He's had a smidgen of life, and he still didn't burst. Gutsy move from Cotier.
Yeah, Cotier is well known for losing his mind during the matches. He just likes to go crazy.
There was something that I've never seen before that they showed there. There was Cotier was doing some interesting stuff. He did the running butt dive to get over the corpse, and then ran the other way and crossed up with a slide. I don't know if you saw that, but I've never seen anything like that before. Really interesting movement from Cotier.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of problems with my screen right now.
Mine too.
But I'm working on it.
Perfect. Okay, there it is. It's back.
Yeah,
Perfect.
finally.
Okay, awesome. So Cotier up 1, going up against Pepe KOF, and it's gone. There we go. Awesome. Okay, JB challenging that jump at the start from Pepe. And it looks like Cotier is playing a little bit of keep away.
Yeah, I mean, it's Shizumaru, right?
Sure.
And that's it. He was expecting tap.
Yes, but a lot of big damage so far. Missed tap led to the big C, and those JBs, I think eventually you're going to start to get frustrated. He gets through for the WFT. At this point, it's actually a pretty big win for him. Oh my goodness, Cotier says, I am not afraid. Command grab. Now, I mean, it's a definitive life lead in Cotier's favor, but you can't say it's over quite yet. Yeah. Now, without his weapon, Cotier takes it no problem.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of adaptations Pepe Cove does.
For sure. Okay, in with the slide. Cotier again with the jump back B. This time jump C. And I think at this point you have to be wondering if Pepe's a little frustrated. Because Cotier is keeping him out. He can't quite get in. He gets in. He gets command grab. Now the block WFT. You got to believe that was a frustration move. And really that's going to cost him the game. That's it. Just to make sure. For sure. SSM off the block WFT. Cotier takes the second game convincingly. The game goes 2-0 in Cotier's favor. Pepe KOF is going to go down to the losers brackets.
Yeah, and we'll see Cotier further in the bracket. And
now,
I believe Cotier is pretty familiar with this matchup because in Run and Rumble, many skilled players use Shizumaru. But also here, his training partner is Robert, and they play a lot together. And well, Robert mains Shizumaru too.
Now, I actually have a game myself to play. I hate to break the fourth wall real quick, but is it okay if I go and play that? I think I might be holding up the bracket a little bit.
No, go ahead.
Perfect. I will be right back. Thank you.
All right. Bueno, pues vamos a cambiarlo un poquito. En lo que Sugar Bear, que también tiene un match que tiene que jugar, vamos a quedarnos aquí un ratito en español. Ahorita que regrese él, retomamos el comentario en inglés. Y Marquio, ¿me escuchas? ¿Estás por ahí? Ah, ok, muy bien. Bueno, nada más cerciorándome. Fíjate que hay un problemita por ahí con la pantalla. Nada más, no sé si hay algo que le pones encima y nos la cubre. Órale, muchísimas gracias. Bueno, chicos, comenten ahí en el chat quiénes son sus favoritos. Acaba de empezar el torneo, pero pues ya vemos el nivel que traen todos los jugadores. Vamos a ver cuál es nuestro siguiente match y cuál es el resultado que se espera. Comenten, compartan por favor el stream con sus cuates ahí en Twitter, si tienen oportunidad en Facebook, nos apoyan bastante haciéndolo. Ok, tenemos a Güero Azamilla contra Zuc. Ya dos jugadores que todos conocemos bastante bien y bastante buen nivel ambos. Muy bien, vamos a ver, hagan sus apuestas ahí, presionen 1 si quieren que gane Zuc, 2 por Güero. Y tenemos Waifu Fight. Vamos a Zuc con Mina y Güero con Hiroha. Vamos a ver qué tanto ha tenido tiempo Güero de practicar. Hiroha salió desde anoche para descarga, pero apenas esta mañana, más o menos alrededor del mediodía, para poder jugar con ella. Buen DP por parte de Güero. Tenemos ahí un DP en el aire, no sé si tendrá propiedades de overhead. Y Zuc toma el primer round, bastante convincente. Me pregunto si fue una buena decisión de Güero haber elegido a Hiroha, ya que Zuc sí tiene suficiente tiempo jugando con Mina y siento que pues esa es bastante ventaja. Quizás la estrategia de Güero sea que no se conoce aún el match contra Mina, quiera usarlo para clasificar. Buen overhead por parte de Zuc. Hiroha es un personaje bastante interesante, no tiene dash como el resto de los personajes, tiene un saltito hacia el frente y hacia atrás, por lo tanto tampoco tiene el ataque con dash. Vemos ahí Zuc toma el primer match, bastante convincente. Vamos a ver si Güero hace algún tipo de cambio para el siguiente match o si se queda con Hiroha. Sí, compartí prácticamente todas las publicaciones, todas las imágenes que me hicieron llegar y también la de Sugar Bear y todo. El Smash GG para registro y el stream. Sale pues. Bueno, venga, tenemos ahí otra vez Güero, Zuc. Ya Zuc con la ventaja de un match. Sería match point y vemos que Güero lo único que hizo fue cambiar de color. Vamos a ver. Vemos ese Superman de Hiroha, es su golpe separado. Buen overhead. Como quiera se nota que Güero le invirtió un poco de tiempo para saber el moveset de Hiroha. Vamos a ver el overhead de nuevo. Muy buena finta por parte de Suk. Muy buen confirm. Un golpe decide este match, este round, vamos a ver. Muy bien, lo toma Güero. Empezamos de nuevo, Suk con su barra llena. Vamos a ver si va a buscar meterle un poder o se va a quedar ahí atrás. El trade beneficia a Suk ese trade y de nuevo el confirm. Con poder, vamos a ver. Recupera su arma bien Suk. Muy parejos. Veo a Suk un poquito dudando de atacar a Güero. Quizás porque no conoce el match, no sabe qué puede castigar y qué no. Es muy pronto para saberlo. Si no has jugado contra Hiroja, sí es un personaje de cuidado. Muy buen DP para generar distancia y empezar su juego. Buen DP. Es una buena oportunidad para que Güero cargue su barra. Vamos a esperar Güero. Y Suk no se espera. Vamos a ver ambos con barra cargada. Se vuelve más lento el match. Y se desesperó Suk. Güero se lleva este match. Buena paciencia por parte de Güero. A pesar de que no vemos que se mueva tanto en pantalla, digo, es entendible, acaba de salir el personaje y todavía no se conoce bien, tuvo lo suficiente para llevarse este match. Le mandamos un saludo aprovechando a SNK por los bugs que no se han corregido después de 8 actualizaciones del juego, gracias. No, sí regresaron al lobby. Así es. Muy bien, tenemos el último match. Aquí se decide quién se va a losers, quién continúa más cómodo en el torneo. Buena barrida por parte de Suk. Un poquito desesperado Agüero, no sabe por dónde entrar. Y Suk se lleva este round. Bastante peligroso atacar con ese botón desde cerca, es bastante punchable. Implanta falla el agarre y Güero desaprovecha la oportunidad para algo un poquito más grande. Suk intentando crear espacio para hacer su juego con mina a distancia. Desde aquí Güero intentando abrirlo a toda costa, pero no lo consigue. Sigue Zook con la presión de lejos. Vemos a Güero un poquito desesperado. Y lo toma Zook. Güero sigue en losers y se lleva con él sus barras y sus SC. Vamos a ver un poquito más adelante allí, recorriendo el camino de la serpiente, y Zook pasa en el bracket de winners. Sí, tenemos por ahí ya un lobby con fantasmas, un lobby embrujado, entonces pues vamos a rehacer el lobby para invitar a los próximos jugadores. Si remotamente hay alguien de SNK viendo el stream, if anyone's watching the stream who knows Christy Kaiser, let them know we need a lobby fix. We appreciate new characters, we appreciate every balance update and all that, but we definitely need the lobby system to be patched, to be updated. Shout outs to our friends from North America and Canada watching the stream.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. How was your match?
Oh my goodness. I fought Lude Stairs, and that was the first Aroha I've ever fought. I don't know if you fought her yet, but I have no idea what the heck is going on with that character.
I was actually telling the audience about that. The past match we had, Güero Asamilla was using Aroha.
Okay.
And he faced a pretty skilled player, but he was looking a bit hesitant to punish some stuff, because the character is so new that most people haven't had the chance to, actually play it against someone who's using Aroha.
Yeah. And I looked for a second, and I think it was Zook, right? Mina?
Yeah, exactly.
And who came out on top?
Zook took it 2-1.
Okay. Yeah, and that's smart because that was my downfall. I was starting to feel the pressure, and I tried to punish, and man, I just don't know what her deflex setups are, and she just seems like a really odd character. Have you fought her yet? Have you used her at all?
Yeah, not in the morning. Around noon, Chiek made a Roja only lobby, and we were playing there for probably about 2 hours.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a very, I would say, different character. She doesn't have a dash. She just hops back and forth, and she has a very strong ulti game, I would say. She has this button, which is an overhead, but you can cancel it during the air.
Yeah.
So it leads to a bunch of confusing stuff.
I think that's like 6K, right? Or 6D, I should say.
Yeah, it was 60.
Yeah. She seems really cool, but I had no idea what the heck I was doing. It looks like we're going into a match, though. Do you know who this is? Oh, perfect. Mackie against Sinister. So this should be good. I'm predicting Jubei versus Shiki, but maybe something different. We'll see.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna have Jubei versus Shiki.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we didn't. But we're already moving along in the bracket. This is winners round 3. Winner will go to face Shmoo in winners quarters. So we're moving right along here.
Yeah, exactly.
So this should be exciting. Both strong players. One is going to want to be aggressive, and the other, I feel Mackie to be more defensive, which I can respect. So right now, feeling each other out. Sinister exploding with that 6-6D. A little bit of damage to start the game off.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe Mackie is going to have a little bit of trouble here because he likes to just stay back, and he has a very, I don't know, he only attacks when he's sure he can. And Sinister is a very strong and very aggressive player.
Yeah, he's showing some great JDs there. And that, missed punish there. You got to get those. That was a 6-6C, but he can't let it get to him. Right now, round 1, 27 seconds on the clock. Pretty even right now. Couple pokes. Mackie pulling ahead now pretty convincingly. Empty jump grab from Sinister. Still anybody's game. 19 seconds.
Yeah, nice. Mackie with the kick.
And Mackie's now trying to make Sinister chase him. And Sinister whiffs the grab. Mackie punishes, takes game 1. So that was interesting. The second that Mackie got that lead, he was like, okay, you chase me now. And he was looking for the frustration, and he could punish it, and that's what he got. So far, strong start, though, exploding this round. Thinking Sinister X will not be prepared for that. It's worked out so far. He's got a little bit of lead going into game 2.
Yeah, exactly. And I wonder if this is the first, Sinister's first match, or if he had fought with anyone else before this. He probably needs to warm up, right?
Maybe a little bit. He had one game before this. He won 2-0. If anything, I think he might be needing to warm up to this style. I mean, a patient Jubei can be a real pain in the neck to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. And that is exactly Mackie's style. As you can see, he doesn't commit a lot. He just waits for the opponent, and he pokes him when he has a chance.
And these slides, I mean, you're getting knocked down. You're in the life deficit. You're trying to be patient when you really want to go in. You know, this will test your patience. But right now, Sinister with a slight lead. And Mackie, second I say it, takes it back. 15 seconds.
Commentator skirts.
Yeah, definitely. But Sinister is up until that point as a preemptive commentator skirts. But look at this. Do you spend your resources as Sinister X, or do you think you can take this? It's a dangerous game to play. Oh my goodness, and he does. He took a gamble by not bursting, and it paid off. He enters into the next round, final round, both players with full resources.
Yeah, let's see. Mackie doesn't regret having finished Sinister in the past round.
No. So another patient start. I feel like it's been a while since I've played Sinister, to be completely honest. And I remember him being very, very get in right now. And he seems to be playing a heck of a lot more patiently. And I think that says a lot. He's grown clearly as a player, and it shows. He's holding his own here, you know, final round, and they're pretty much even. They feel very evenly matched. Oh my goodness, that cross up JC. Ugh.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing some adaptation by Sinister. He normally is the aggressive player. Now he's just staying back and poking whenever he can.
Yeah, trying to find his spots, and it's paying off so far. He has a very slight lead over Mackie. 20 seconds left. Great JDs. You can't throw those out forever. You're just giving them meter. I understand. I want to throw out those projectiles all day long too, but with that JD, you got to be really selective.
Yeah, especially when Shiki has an SSM that can punish projectiles.
Oh yeah, full screen. But now pressure's on Mackie. Okay, throw, burst. I respect it. I've got the lead. What are you gonna do about it? He can close this out right now. I'm expecting Sinister to go in, and he is. Mackie bursts back, has to do it. And that's a smart move. Whoa. That was decent. This should be Mackie's game.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if he can finish this match and win it.
Sinister with the slides. Mackie still has a little bit of burst meter left. It's running out though. Oh, good call. Oh my goodness. Wow. What a
yeah, I can only imagine what Mackie is saying right now to himself.
Well, that was a big time investment. Those were 3 very grindy rounds, and that was game 1, but you feel like 2 games happened there. So really, I'm sure there's frustration. He needs to right now show his mettle, though. One of the big things I love about fighting games is a moment right here. Are you able to maintain your composure, or do you just crumble? You know what I mean? And now the onus is on Mackie to show that he can take the loss. It wasn't what he wanted, and he can sort of recenter himself and come back strong. But quickly to focus on the end of that round there, Mackie went for the WFT. Sinister wasn't chip out range. Sinister back dashes. I wasn't even sure he was going to make it out with that back dash. I thought he was going to get clipped, but he back dashes out and then SSMs. Really smart play.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that he was going to get caught by by the weapon flipping technique, but it was pretty smart to backdash. I think he just did it a couple of frames before it was active.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, these type of decisions you have to make them on the go and taking into consideration time, resources, and all that's happening in the moment. Well, sometimes it's easier just to say he should have done this and that.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that you can justify both decisions, but ultimately Sinister came out on top with a big play. Sinister up one, opens up game two with a 2C overhead. Let's see how Mackie responds after that tough first game loss. Grab from Sinister. It was a very quick start to the match, but they seem to be resetting back into the neutral here.
Yeah, exactly. I think Sinister adapted very quickly, and now we are seeing the results of that.
Yes. Now, it's interesting he's still wanting. Ooh, okay. He chooses not to SSM there. Just takes the 5C. Whiff grab. Punish from Sinister X. He's got a convincing lead right now. Ooh. Oh. He actually just did Mackie a favor. Mackie canceled into the DP. Sinister 2D'd him out of it, but if he just let him rip, that would have been death for Mackie.
Yeah, I think Maki's just respecting Sinister just too much. He just needs to go back to the strategy he had for the first match.
Yes. He's right now in a really bad spot. 9 seconds left. Ooh, wait a minute. Bad spot to end the lead. Yes, 4 seconds. Can you hold out? Oh my goodness. Oh, overhead takes it. It was one of those moments where you have to make a decision, and he made the right one.
Yeah, definitely.
So Sinister up to a small lead right out the gates. 6-6D, overhead. And right now, he's got a nice little chunk of a lead. Okay, chooses a DP. Aggressive, but he hasn't shown that sort of option yet. And he got away with it.
Exactly. I think this is the first DP for Sinister.
And to be pulling that kind of thing out in game two, very strong. However, he is down around, so he needs to turn this around a little bit. He's got a good start here. Mackie's in the orange. He's comfortably in the green, but he's starting to get picked apart here. Oh, whiff 2C, no punish. And sometimes you just gotta be quiet and watch. Oh my goodness, cross up C. Couple pokes, 6-6D. And now Mackie sort of needs to make a decision. How's he going to approach the end of this match? 8 seconds left. You could argue that it's unwinnable at this point. Ooh!
This is big. And another commentator scores. But Sinister takes it.
I should just shut up. That was he didn't take the round, but that was a great call from Mackie. And that could have been a WFT confirmed from Sinister. Ooh, there it is. She's so fast. You gotta burst, I figure. Yep, he does. Sinister threatens. He doesn't go in too hard. He threatens, and when it didn't work out, he backed away. He's respecting the Eason. Okay, it's gone. And now Mackie has no resources. They're similar in life, but Sinister has that burst still, and that is a very powerful resource.
Yeah, exactly. Mackie just needs to keep his composure and just go back to neutral. I think he's just attacking too much and letting himself open. And Sinister is taking every opportunity he has to poke Mackie.
To Mackie's credit, he seems to be maintaining composure. He's sticking to his game plan, for better or for worse. Tripped up. He was on the losing side of that trade. Again, you want to take that punish so bad, and that's when you eat the DP. Not over yet, but he's in quite the deficit here. And he keeps getting whittled down. Bravery. Sinister pops. Smart move. He doesn't want to. Ooh, okay. And that does it. Very strong game from both players, but Sinister coming out on top 2-0. I think the story of that match for me was he really held on to using those DPs in ambiguous situations. He let them rip twice, but they were right at the right time.
Yeah, exactly. And I would have liked Maki to keep his composure and keep his gameplay for the first round. And I think that we would have had a more even match.
For sure.
But anyways, he's a very strong player. The decisions he made at the moment were the right ones for him, and we'll still have more Maki in the losers bracket.
For sure, and I look forward to seeing more of him. But it looks like I have another match, so I don't want to hold it up too long. And if I win, I get to fight Cotier, so that's exciting. I will be right back.
All right, good luck, my man.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so who do we have next? All right, so we have Guzman against Fabian. Very strong players. Fabian is one of the strongest players in Mexico City. I don't remember if they faced each other last week, but we're just about to see how things unfold. Tenemos ahí en el chat al buen amigo Clorox. Tenemos a Shmu, Naco Fan. Saludos a todos. Qué bueno que se nos unan hoy en el stream. Recuerden, por favor, si tienen la oportunidad, no sean gachos, denle un retweet, compártanlo ahí en sus redes sociales. Nos apoya mucho que compartan nuestras publicaciones para que este torneo crezca cada semana y para que en un futuro podamos incluir todavía más países y los premios sean un poquito más atractivos. Entonces, si tienes la oportunidad, por favor, comparte el stream, comparte nuestras publicaciones en Twitter, en Facebook o con tus cuates ahí en WhatsApp para que nos sintonicen. Y te lo vamos a agradecer un chorro. Please share, retweet if you can, so we can grow the channel, so we can grow this event, and in future events, so we can actually invite more countries and have better prizes for the winners and all that, right? So we have our next match. Is the room bugged or they haven't entered into the room? All right, so we have a broken room, but we're going to continue. Muy bien, tenemos a Fabián contra Guzmán, un match que promete bastante. Two very strong players, Guzmán from North America and Fabián from Mexico City. Guzmán took second place last week. Let's see if he defends that second place or if Fabián sends Guzmán to losers. Withdraw by Fabián. Nice DP. And Guzmán gets out of the corner. Very clever. And that's it. Guzmán takes the first round. It was a very close match. Press 1 if you like Guzmán to win. Press 2 if you like Fabián to win this match. Nice, big damage. Fabian very aggressive in this round. Let's see, Guzman gets out of the corner. Nice air to air. Wow, nice confirm. Now Fabian gets out of the corner. And Fabian takes it. Nice throw, nice combo by Guzman. Let's see what Fabian does. No DP. And that's a nice DP, nice confirm by Fabian. Whiff throw, lift poke, nice overhead. All right. We call that La Vieja Confiable. Guzman takes it very convincingly. Remember that you just can't ease in the Yashamaru. You just need to keep in mind that the double jump, and now that he can throw stuff and be in the air for more time, just can't ease in the Yashamaru like that. Let's see what kinds of adaptations Fabian makes. If he uses Haomaru again, he is also a Shizumaru main, but no, he decides to stick with Haomaru. Nice to see. Both players keeping their distance. Oh, with a whiff throw, but nothing. I don't know if that was an SSM or he just decided to. Oh, there is the SSM. This is gonna be big. And just like that, we're even again. And that's it. That's filthy, but it works. Guzman takes round one. I see both players respecting each other a lot. Guzman with the pokes. Nice pulse to 2D by Guzman. I wonder if that's a strategy of his, or if he's just trying to keep Fabian out. And that's it. Guzman takes it very convincingly. We're going to see more of Fabian in the loser's bracket. Guzman advances to, let me check the bracket. He advances to winners quarterfinals, and he's gonna wait there for whoever wins between Xavier and Suk. which I believe is going to be our next match. All right, so no, our next match is AR Robert versus Lutzer. This is gonna be interesting. And in winners quarterfinal, already Violent Kane waiting for whoever wins between these two. Who's Sugar Bear fighting? Do you know? All right, yeah, there's a Roger guy. And Sugar Bear appears to be disqualified. Can you confirm that, Marco? Órale, pues, perfecto. Sí, sí se fue, pero quizás se le habrá olvidado hacer check-in o algún errorcito en la página, ahorita lo vemos. Again, thank you for joining us. You do us a big favor if you share the stream, please. And if you retweet our tweets, so we're going to have more participants for next week. Remember, this tournament is open to Mexico, North America, and Canada. Everyone is welcome from these countries. Double elimination bracket. There is no entry fee, and it's happening every week. We're going to be alternating from English to Spanish every other week. And that's basically it. Join the Arcade Rumble Discord. We're going to share it in the chat in a couple of seconds. And I hope you're having a good time, my dudes. I wonder if Lutzer is going to use Iroha or he's going to stick to... no, that's it. He's sticking to Nako. Marco, ¿me ayudas con los nombres? Sí, pero están volteados. We have Lutzer using Nakoruru and AR Robert with Shizumaru. Robert, one of the strongest Mexican players, as we already know, and a very well-known player from North America, Lutzer. Nice anti-air. Nice overhead by Robert, and he takes the first round. Very nice air to air by Robert. Nice throw. And that's gonna be it. Yeah, probably Robert was holding tap since he was born. So Robert takes the first match. We'll see if Lutzer decides to keep Nako or if he makes any changes. I would like to see him use Ruishang. Participants, remember not to rematch. We have to return to the lobby, which is already bugged. But just remember the rules. No rematching, please. Participantes, recuerden no hacer rematch cuando les toquen sus peleas. Siempre regresen al lobby. So he decides to stay with Nako. Let's see what kinds of adaptations he made. Nice confirm. Nako with the air footsies. Robert with the throw and the weapon flipping technique. And that's it. He lets his opponent picks up the weapon so he can attack him. Nice. I expected to see a DP, but didn't happen. Let's see what happens now. And that's it. Robert takes the first round. Are you back, Sugar?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
All right, we have Sugar Bear back.
Sorry about that, guys. There's a little confusion with that last match. Oh my goodness, Robert versus Lude.
Yeah, this is an interesting match. Robert took the first match, and he's at set point.
Ooh, God, that was quick. That overhead. Ooh, I respect the idea. He didn't get punished for it. Nice anti-air. And Robert's really just playing this slow, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Huh? Yeah, I think he doesn't really know the match between, the Nako match.
Yeah, and Nako, you don't see her often, but she's definitely to be feared. However, that air confirm, yeah, that's going to be it. That was winners. Robert takes it 2-0. Lude, a very fierce competitor. I'm actually disappointed I missed that because Lude is very strong, and to see Lude go down 2-0. Did he switch characters?
No, he chose Nako from the very beginning.
So I'm juggling a few things right now. I'm actually going to be playing against Cotier, so I have to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, go right ahead, my dude.
Thank you. Okay, I will be right back.
All right. So we see Robert takes the match, but we're gonna see more of Lude in the losers bracket. All right, we have now Sean Killian, Yashamaru main versus Basher. I believe Basher is Shizumaru main. We'll see about that. All right, so we're just waiting for players to join the lobby. Remember that today is Iroha Day, so if you are looking forward to practice with Iroha, most likely tonight, some of the dudes from the Sam Show community from North America are going to have an open lobby. Probably Shin Chi, who already had one open this morning, somewhere around noon. Super Dude Guy or Nako Fan. And it'll be super cool if you guys could join them tonight. Support the small streamers, support the game, support the Sam Show community. It's a very small community, well, at least here in Mexico. But we are very supportive of every single stream of our friends, local friends, and from other countries. So if you have the chance, follow your friends on Twitch, on Twitter, help them share their streams, help them with the content. It doesn't hurt to support your friends, all right? It's something that we enjoy doing, so why not helping? All right, so we have Sean Killian versus Basher, two Mexican players. All right, so this match decides who goes to top 8. We see Basher, one of the strongest Mexican players. He's from Mexico City, and he enjoys holding tap since the beginning of time. So we'll see if he doesn't turn the match around with just a tap. Nice CP, so we're just one hit away. Oh, that. So Killian gets out of the corner. And Sean Killian takes the first round. Nice air to air, whips the throw. Alright, so as the tap, he loses the tap, loses the charge. And Sean Killian decides to burst. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. He misses the DP. Nice throw into 2C. 2B, I'm sorry. I don't think it was a good idea to burst, but we'll see what happens. And we're back to neutral. And that's it. Sean Killian takes it. Takes the first match. I'm not sure if Basher has a secondary character. I don't think he does. So most likely we're going to see him use Shizumaru again. Right, so shout out to the Super Dude guy in the chat. Thank you for joining us, my dude. And also for the rest of our friends from North America and Canada. And of course, Puerto Rico and Costa Rica, supporting Cochori and Guzman. Y saludos a la banda de Ciudad Victoria. Por ahí veo a Arturo. Saludos. El Marco Polo. Saludos, hermano. Y buenos días, que acabas de despertar. Right, so we start the new match, and nice throw. So Sean Killian gets ahead. Nice air to air. Really, that was a desperation move by Basher. Seems to be very frustrated. He can't attack Sean, and that's it. That was actually pretty cool. Nice reaction. I respect that. I go for the overhead. Nice sweep by Killian. Remember, whoever wins this match goes to top 8. That's a nice dodge. With the throw, but doesn't kill, so I hope he doesn't regret that. There's one more hit. And he takes it with an overhead. That's 1 round apiece. That's an interesting way of attacking by Killian. Oh, nothing. Wow, the damage. Vicer, I think he should burst now. He's not gonna take another. Oh, that's it. And that's it, he burst. But remember, you can't just even. Oh, that's it. Wow. And just like that, Basher takes the second match. I believe Sean Killian is only a Yashimaru main. So I don't think he's going to switch characters. Might be wrong though. But let's see what kinds of adaptations he has to make to take this match. Probably Basher is holding tap right now. We'll see about that. Shout out to Marco Polo. He just woke up probably after having a couple of Modelos last night. Hola, Marco. Please, guys, if you can, just share the stream, share our tweets and all that so you can support our event. We can bring more events like this in the future. Nice sweep. Air to air. Yashimaru. Sumaru wins the air to air. That's it. Nice spot dodge. Nice throw. And gets the knockdown. Doesn't do anything. They get out of the corner. And just like that, Sean Killian takes it. Wow, look at the damage. This is Samsho, baby. Nice air foot seize by Sean Killian. And just like that, we have a deja vu, and Sean Killian takes the second match. The second match, and he advances to top eight. We're going to see more of Basher in the losers bracket. All right, so apparently Cotier was sent to losers by Sean Killian and now Basher. So he's a very strong player. We'll see who he faces in top eight.
And it looks like top eight, or at least winner size, has been decided, or not quite yet. Just Killian.
Yeah, I believe it's just Killian right now.
So we're still figuring out the rest here. I went up against Cotier and he stomped me. It's just a totally different style of Earthquake. So I sent him a friend request and hopefully we get to play more because he plays pretty interesting. But it was good. It was fun.
All right, so you're out.
I am out. So you got me all you want me now.
All right, perfect. And what can you tell me about your opponents throughout the tournament?
Well, the first person I fought was Lude Stairs, and Lude and I have been fighting, I guess since ranked, right when the game came out. And Lude, for the most part, has my number. He went Aroha, and I just wasn't prepared for that. I went Hal, and he took it 2-1. My next opponent was GL Roger, who I am not familiar with. He picked Nako, I picked Kyo, and I was able to take that 2-0. And then I went up against Cotier, who is now playing Golden Sword in Losers Round 4. And Cotier, he just, I don't think I got completely stomped, but he took it 2-0. And it was good. I want to fight him more. Because the only other Earthquake I get to play is local, and we play a lot, but totally different style of Earthquake.
Yeah, exactly. I presume that is Initial Drive?
Correct, yes.
All right, yeah. I think I played with him, but it was a long, long time ago. It was either him or Nexinitis.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, as you say, same character, totally different play style.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing a lot of interesting stuff on the opponent's wake up, which I really like. So that was cool. It's interesting to see Cotier and Losers though that early. Cotier is I think well respected as one of the stronger players in all of North America, if not the world. We don't know too much about what's going on in overseas, but North America for sure, Cotier is highly regarded. So it's interesting to see him go down so early, and I guess he went down to Killian, as you mentioned. So this gentleman here, have you heard of him?
Sean Killian, yeah, I actually was eliminated in the last running rumble by him. He's a very strong player. He has a very particular way of attacking you. I was just saying that on the stream in the last match, but it's effective, right? And as long as it works, just keep doing it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's traditional or common or whatever. Oh gosh, I just got blocked in chat for spamming emotes. But anyways, yeah, if it works, it's on you. You know what I mean? You can't. I think it's hard to challenge someone's play style when it's working. You know what I mean? It's on the loser to figure it out. Correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm interested to see who we have coming up next. Awesome. Shmoo and Sinister. Perfect. So the winner's going to go to top 8. And, it's been a while since I've seen Shmoo, but I remember Shmoo as a Tam Tam. But even back then, though it's been a while since I've heard from him, I think I heard rumors of him, at least dabbling with Haomaru. I'll be interested to see where he is now, if he's still playing Tam Tam.
Yeah, he was trying to... Well, I don't know if he was trying just to migrate from characters, or he was just getting ready to have a secondary for a couple of matches he found difficult in the past. I think it was because of Charlotte mainly. And actually, last week, he used Haomaru and not Tam Tam, so we'll see if he decides to use Tam Tam this time, or if he sticks to Haomaru.
Yeah, and it's funny when a lot of people have been talking about picking up pocket characters. They're looking for a new main, and it's interesting to see that a lot of the people who are looking for a new character to play, they often look at Haomaru first, and or at least that's something that I hear common. And it's not surprising. Haomaru, he might be kind of bland, but he's a really strong character. I don't think there's any matchup that he loses convincingly. It seems like he can handle anyone on the roster. There's massive damage and a simple game plan. Why wouldn't you be interested?
Yeah, exactly. I think Omar is one of the, I mean, of the to-go characters. If you're new to the game, he has everything you need to become competitive. You know, he has a strong DP, he has strong buttons, and he has a very good damage output.
For sure, in that WFT. With that 2B, his 2B is super quick and it can cancel into WFT. So most things that are punishable up close, he's got that confirmed in the WFT, no problem. And that thing is big damage. So, you know, in the hands of a beginner, he feels very comfortable, but in the hands of someone who knows what they're doing, I think he can be a genuine threat to almost any character in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And in spite of Shmoo being a new Homer user, he's a pretty skilled and very patient player, right? Like any other Tam Tam players. And that translates into taking not a lot of risks, right? And confirming whenever he has to.
Yeah,
And he's a good character.
absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
he's a good player.
Yes, yes. And I think I fought Shmoo twice in tournament, and I lost to him both times, and I've never forgotten. It's funny because I don't know about you, but I didn't realize how good my memory was until I started playing fighting games competitively. Because now I'm just surprised at the amount of things that I remember, not necessarily like win or loss record, but little things about the matchup. Yeah, a couple tendencies from Shmoo. He likes it if you're too close, to throw out that 5B twice to push you away. So he's a very strong player. And I think, you know, talking about Tam Tam translating to Haomaru, any Tam Tam player loves those big buttons. And Haomaru 5B is great in neutral. You can throw that thing out. It really covers a surprising amount of space. But it looks like, I'm going to assume that Shmoo, and it looks like he's stepped onto Tam Tam, and Shmoo is, oh yes, going up against Sinister, who understandably or expectedly is going Shiki. So this should be good. This is for top 8. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens now. Sinister, a very aggressive player versus one of the most patient players I've known here in Mexico.
Okay, so creating space right from the beginning. Sinister choosing his spots, but really taking it slow until he feels it's time to attack. Like right there, he just exploded. Now was the time. He got in. A little bit of damage, nothing major, but sometimes that's all it takes. Shmoo, though, keeping him at bay for as long as he could. Sinister does get in. Throw. Ooh, my goodness. Overhead dodged by Shmoo, but that block 5B gets punished. Ooh, goodness. That 2C gets jumped in on, and that is seemingly a full punish, but Sinister isn't able to convert. Shmoo knocks down with a 2C, whiffs a command grab. Oh, and that overhead is hard to deal with. Universal overhead takes the first round for Sinister X.
Exactly, and we see that Shmoo has to be a little bit more careful with the skulls, as Shiki's SSM is going to cause him trouble.
For sure. You can't push it too hard. That's what's interesting about a Fireball character against a character who has a, ooh, that 2C. That's the second time. That's the second time his 2C has been punished by a jump in. Okay, this is going to be another big punish. Sinister, so far the story really has been his newfound patience, because so far he's allowed Shmoo to hang himself and he's just gone in at the right times. 2C though, leveling the playing field. Nice confirm. Oh, nice knockdown. Again. Sinister. Time to block. Okay. Oh, whiff throw. No punish. Okay. A moment of calm. Ooh, good deflect. This is tense. No burst yet from Shmoo. He does get out, but he needs to realize the situation here. This is game point first. Okay, now I don't feel like he has a choice. He's in chip out range. 2D takes it. Burst does not get used. 2 games Sinister. That's end of game 1.
Yeah, exactly. Sinister, a very aggressive player. And we'll see what kinds of adaptations Shmoo does, right? I don't think he's gonna switch characters.
Okay.
He was playing. He was playing solidly, I would say. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think the things that really stuck out to me was throwing out big buttons that just ended up getting punished. Sinister was choosing the right spots to approach, and I don't know if it's Sinister quickly getting the rhythm down, but really 2-2Cs got jumped in on, and in this game, those low buttons, those low laggy buttons, if they get jumped in on, you don't need a deep jump in. That's a punish right there. So I think I agree with you. Tam can do it, but I think he might need to reevaluate his approach a little bit.
Yeah, totally. Now we'll see how things unfold.
For sure.
Did he stick to Tam? Oh, it's bugged, right? You can't see.
Well, no, it's back. Still waiting. We got the juggling monkey, and I'm not sure what that rabbit dude is carrying, but I don't know. Looks like a letter. Okay, he did stick Tam.
All right.
Cool. All right. Once again, creating space. 2 times he's opened up round 1 with a 5A. He's really getting aggressive with those 5Bs. Jump over, throw, convert from Sinister. Life is even. That overhead, I'm telling you, it's hard to deal with. Is it a low or is it an overhead? They're both quite quick. Nice anti-air. Now, that's not what he wanted, but for the most part, it's okay. He's out of the corner. He took a little bit of damage at 6-6A, but it could have been a lot worse. Nice air-to-air with JC. Nice JB.
Yeah, I will say Shmoo feels a bit intimidated that he's playing with Sinister. He usually uses a lot of 2B as an anti-air, and I don't see him doing it.
That can't be what he wanted. That can't be what he wanted. Now, we saw this earlier in an earlier game, an accidental burst. I think it was from Mackie game 1, and he was able to recover and take it. And now that onus is on Shmoo again. He takes that first round, but to lose your resource in the first game, that can get in your head sometimes. So he needs to maintain composure. There's that anti-air 2B we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to use it more, as Sinister is jumping in a lot.
Creating a little bit of space. Oof. And she has so many threatening options. It's easy to get thrown. You know what I mean? There's too much to worry about. It's tough playing defense against Shiki.
Yeah, exactly. Especially against an aggressive player like Sinister X.
For sure. Okay, he gets out, and he gets out with the life lead, but gets thrown. That's going to be WFT. And he's not going to die for it, but he's going to be in a very bad spot. There it is again. Very nice. Very nice. I think that was deep, but it was deep enough for Sinister to punish the JD attempt, but he must have been pressing buttons. However, Sinister gets to jump in and evens up game 2. Once again, that 5A creating space. Deflect. No SSM, though.
I think that was a misinput. Probably that was SSM.
Okay, I think Shmoo got away with one there, but fair enough. We take those. Oh, gets thrown. And there's Sinister. He likes to try and he'll double dip off that throw and low Rekka, but Shmoo sniffed it out. Anti-air by that 6-6C. Shmoo not out, but in trouble. Clear life deficit here. Gets thrown with no resources. There isn't much he can do about it, and now he's very much in trouble. Gets the throw, keeping himself alive. But this is easier said than done now. big play. I understand. He was really feeling that deficit, so he went for it, but it did not pay off. Sinister takes it 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't see any other option, and he was probably feeling frustrated. So, yeah, totally
Yeah.
understandable.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you're in a really bad spot. Like that was beyond chip out range. So he needed to make that play. Maybe he could have waited a moment longer, but you cannot argue with the decision. He did what he needed to do. It just didn't work out. Okay, cool. I've played Violent Kane a couple times. It's been a long time. Ironically enough, he's reached out to me a couple times in the past week, and I was actually away from my console, so we didn't get to play. But I think if I remember correctly, he was playing Hal. I'm not sure if that's still the case.
Yeah, it is. He basically has been a Haomaru main since the game came out. He was playing Ukyo, I think, for a while. But when he has like serious matches and all that, he uses Haomaru.
Gotcha. What stuck out most to me about Violent Kane's playstyle is just ruthless aggression, just nonstop. Now I don't know if that is still the case or maybe that's just his style, but that's what really stuck out to me. He's just pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing you. It'll be interesting to see how that goes because I think AR Robert is similar in his approach, though I have noticed over the months he seems to have slowed down a little bit, but that might be placebo, but that's just something I felt like I noticed.
Yeah, right. And both of these players, as I mentioned before, they are former KOF players.
Okay.
So that's why they're very aggressive. I don't really know if you're familiar or if you have played KOF before. It's a very fast-paced game, and there is no space for turtling. And these guys really, really know their ways in KOF. Actually, Violent Kane went to China, I think, for a tournament, and he beat Shohai, which is considered the KOF 98 god.
It was in 98?
No. It was in 14.
Okay.
I'm just giving you some background from this guy. But he's also very strong in KOF 14. And he took him out. I really don't remember what tournament it was, but it was some kind of a big deal, like SNK World Championship, probably 2 years ago. Not very. I don't remember quite well. I'm going to ask him after the match. So we start with the aggression now.
So it'll be interesting to see how these two players approach this. And you have to assume that they have some form of respect for each other's play. These are both very strong players. Interesting DP. That takes guts because with Shizu's air movement, you don't often see people challenging with DPs, but Violent Kane doesn't hesitate. Again, he does not hesitate. He does not care. He's letting it rip. Again? Nope, not this time. Okay. Yeah, Robert, empty float into grab. Oh. Violent Kane, he preemptively threw out that 5B expecting the approach, but it ultimately cost him the punish on that whiff grab. Okay. Tap. For about a chunky...
Mini Ethan.
Yeah, for sure. And about 300 damage right there. Ooh. Wow. Oh, and once again, letting it rip for big damage. Closing out the round. Holy heck. That was some play from Violent Kane right there.
Yeah, these two players are used to playing against each other a lot, and they face each other in tournaments as well. They're both from the same city, and they know their match really well.
Okay. Oi, punish. Oof. Beefy punish. That 5C feels good. Oh, I was looking for it again, but that'll do.
Yeah, look at the damage. Just one hit and a confirm.
It's beautiful. Throw, though. Converting into WFT. It should even out the life. Yep. Robert with a slight lead here. Okay. Closing it out with the jump C. 1-1. Entering the last round here. They both have all their resources, but Violent Kane is in rage right now. Ticking down. And the Shizu neutral float in the JB is very interesting. It's annoying, but when you take a look at it from just a spectator's perspective, it is a very interesting neutral that he plays.
Yeah, exactly. And Robert has been playing Shizumaru for a while now.
So a much slower start to round 3. Robert does have the lead right now. Violent Kane acknowledging that is trying to apply some pressure, but Robert is being elusive. And I feel like they've definitely been playing aggressive, but there's also, you can sense the respect. Violent Kane is I would say almost reserved. Trying to find the right spot.
And I think Robert has been holding tap for this whole time, so Violent Kane better be careful.
Yeah, no, good point. That's an interesting punish, though, but I think he just wanted to be safe. JC. JC again. The whipped Eason is punished, and AR Robert takes game 1. Very good game. That third round in particular, just the way that played out was super interesting. And I think a lot of it is because of what you mentioned, how long that tap had been held down by that point, how long it had been since he'd seen a tap.
Yeah, exactly. It can be very intimidating. Like, you just need to be aware of it, right? Like, you just can't openly go and attack him.
Yeah, for sure. So this is good games. I mean, I'm excited to see what happens here. So obviously, Violent Kane's already plugged in that how. He's ready to go. Robert's taking his time, maybe a sip of water. Who knows? We'll get him in a second. But I feel like it's anyone's game. There was nothing. I guess you could argue that third round was pretty convincing in Robert's favor, but I would not say that Violent Kane is out of this by any stretch.
Yeah, right.
Okay, here
so
we
who
go.
would you like? Who do you think is going to take it?
It's really hard call. I mean, Violent Kane came out, very strong in that first round. Robert then sort of put a stop to it in 2, and then it felt like the third round was pretty dominant from Robert. So it's anyone's choice, but right now Robert has the momentum. I feel like Violent Kane needs to, in whatever way he decides, sort of put his foot down and be like, okay, I'm in charge here. And I feel like that has to happen now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the first round will decide that, the pace of the rest of the match.
Very, very patient. Oop. Okay, whip JB in the grab. Violent Kane first to spill blood. Instant overhead spin. Now Robert definitely has the lead back now. So once again, we're in that position where Violent Kane might have to chase him with grab. Punished by a grab of his own is AR Roberts. Okay. And here we are. That tap, I don't think Robert minds spending tap to close out this round. So we're in this chase me sort of situation. Anti-air 66D. And what's interesting is we opened up the game with 2 huge DPs against Float, and we just haven't seen that since. Now it seems like there it is. But up until that point, he was going for 6-6C, and it just wasn't working. I think that DP, if he can, it needs to make a return.
Yeah, exactly.
And I love watching the start of these rounds these two have been having. Very, very patient movement and not much else. Oh, your life.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Violent Kane. But I was sure Robert was holding it since the beginning of the match.
Oh, no. No, it was the right decision, but he was just a second too early. This poor man, I feel for him. That was not the wrong decision. He was just a little too early. But he's playing with intent. Nothing about his play says that I'm out of this.
Yeah, exactly. And at least here in Mexican tournaments, Violent Ken is well known for just his amazing comebacks.
And we might be seeing one right now. He's shaved a lot of life, but he's in a tight. And that's going to be it. AR Robert takes it 2-0. First game, very competitive. Violent Kane showed some signs of life in that last round, but he wasn't able to take back the ground he needed to level the playing field. So Robert will be proceeding into top 8 over Violent Kane.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see more Violent Ken in the losers bracket.
For sure. Interesting. I've seen Zook around for a while now. His Mina is quite good. And it seems like he's carved his way through this bracket. One match away from top 8. Zook, I've not seen a lot of his tournament performances. Typically, how does he perform? Have you seen him often? Is top 8 normal for him?
Yeah, there was a circuit like league that was happening. I think a couple of months ago in Mexico City, the Bushido tournaments, and he will get. I will say top 8 if Marco corrects me. Yeah, he's a very strong player. He's also from Mexico City, and he plays a lot with the guys from Arcade Rumble and Violent Kane.
Nice. And he really seems to have embraced Mina. In the past months that I've played him, I don't think I've seen him play anyone other than Mina, which is cool. I think she's an interesting character. I think she's a solid character, but you still don't see her represented too much. So it's nice to see someone who is really committed to that character.
Yeah, exactly. I think his first main was Ukyo and then Yoshitora.
Okay.
And ever since Mina came out, he stuck with her.
That's cool. I can respect it. And going up against Guzman, who is, I would say, known for his Yash, but he has a Shizu.
Yeah, I've seen him use Shizu. And I think I actually saw him in a tournament taking second place with Shizu. Is that correct?
Was that last week?
I believe so, yeah.
I think you're right. No,
yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think he was versus Marco Polo. If he's in the chat, can you please confirm, Marco? Was he using Yashimaru or Shizumaru?
Oh, you're good. Okay, so here we go. Wait a minute. So it looks to me, I would assume that's Zook with Sogetsu.
Yeah, I think, Marco, can you help us with the name?
That's an interesting choice, though. I can't say that I run into Zook frequently, but I've never seen his Sogetsu. And right now, he's eating a lot of damage. Guzman is just mauling it. Okay. He's not letting himself be pushed around too much. And just like that, he's within a range to win, but Guzman 6-6 I'd assume, or B or C. 6-6 punch closes it out.
Marco, nos ayudas con la pantalla, porfa. Gracias.
Guzman opening up with a lot of aggression. Zook is trying to get that bubble Oki established here. Oh my goodness, 2C. Guzman's just letting a lot of big moves rip. I mean, I'd be curious to see what he's thinking right now, but much more aggressive than I remember him playing. Ooh, deep jump in. Just like that, Zook takes the lead. Extends on it with that pillar. Hey.
Yeah, I think Guzman is adapting to the rush down style of the Mexican players.
Hey, again. Oh. Guzman is definitely, I think you could call him big brained. I feel like he plays obviously to have fun and to compete, but I think he plays looking for the download so he can make a big play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Those sword throws, they didn't just come out of thin air. I think he had observed something and capitalized on it. So really a convincing first game for Guzman. You have to wonder, is Zook going to stick with Sogetsu or is he going to go back to Mina?
I think he's gonna stay with Sogetsu. I think he's using the water pillars to prevent Yashimaru from double jumping.
That makes a lot of sense. Oh no.
No, but as you said, he switched. Yeah.
Zook actually says in the chat that was a mistake. He might have chose Sogetsu, but anyways, we're back into it. Guzman, my apologies. Strong lead, but Zook evens it up. So I'm sort of curious how this neutral is going to work out. I actually feel like this might be kind of tough for Mina to pin him down. Second hit of that 2C catches. Oh, good idea, but just too early.
What do you think of this matchup? Is it good or bad for Yashimaru?
I don't know what to tell you, man. I really don't. I played too much Kyo. I can't speak for other characters, but part of me feels like it would be hard for Mina just because Yash has some non-traditional movement options, but I could be very wrong about that. That first round was pretty solidly in Zook's favor. I guess we're gonna have to see here. Right now, it's looking quite different, though. Guzman with a strong lead, but there I had to go and say something. Zook evens it up. What do you feel about this matchup? Do you have a thought on this?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of trouble with Mina when I use Yashimaru.
Really?
I tried to pick Yashimaru at the beginning of this year, and I think I used it for 2 months. But yeah, I had a lot of trouble with Mina.
After the game, you gotta tell me why you think that is. Guzman evens it up in game 2 here, a round apiece. Both have both the resources. This is potentially Guzman match point. Oh no, my apologies. It's 3, best of 3. Okay, good confirm. Zook already down to about half life, maybe even a little bit less. Okay, resetting the neutral. That's the third anti-air jab I've seen past 30 seconds. And he bursts. Good call. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Once again, not wanting to die with all of his resources, gives it a shot. Guzman was ready. Didn't work out. Second game goes to Guzman. He's currently up 2-0. So what was it about this matchup that was hard for Yash, do you feel?
Well, I get frustrated really easily, and I just can't handle the arrows. So when I get an idea in my head, I just try to make it happen.
For sure.
And if it doesn't work, I just insist. And yeah, I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to like trying to land, I don't know, a DP, for example.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to land it any way I can, and I can lose a match over that. Like, yeah, it's not a good thing.
Oh, I can go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, go ahead. Finish your statement. You were going to say something.
All right. So it's arrows and jump C. I think jump C is really strong, and sometimes I just try to jump A because it's a very strong poke, air poke. But I will get owned every time, right? And I will just keep insisting. And it's probably that I'm not taking the match seriously. I'm just trying to do whatever I can any number of times. And yeah, that's basically why I used to have a bad time with Mina. I mean, versus Mina.
Okay. Yeah, I consider myself pretty patient, but that match tries my patience. So I don't blame you. I think she's the kind of character that can make any player crack. You know what I mean? Especially if you're struggling to get in. If you have a character that's struggling to get in, it can really start to wear you down. And I think
Yeah,
anyone is
totally.
susceptible to that. Yeah. So I misspoke. For some reason, I sort of jumped the gun. I thought we were in top 8 already. No, that was to get in the top 8. So it was just 2 games, and Guzman did take it 2-0 over Zook. So he's going to proceed into top 8. So I think winner's side is decided. Now we move on to losers.
Yeah, exactly. Who do we have in losers? Let me check the bracket.
I'm seeing Basher and Cypher up first. I think that's what it's looking like.
Yeah, that's correct. Basher and Cypher.
Now, I think I remember Basher. I can't remember who he plays. For some reason, I thought Hal, but I'm probably way wrong on that. But Cypher, on the other hand, I don't think I know anything about them.
Yeah, Basher is actually a Shizumaru main. He
Okay.
just lost against, um, let me see, against Sean Killian, another Shizumaru player.
That's right.
Yashamaru.
I think I came in at the end of that. You guys were talking about that. And then what about Cypher? Do we know much about them?
Not really, but
Okay.
I believe, don't quote me, but I think
Yeah.
he's a Hanzo main. I'm not very sure because he has a brother who goes by a similar name, and they really use many characters. So I wouldn't know now who he's using.
Interesting. That's exciting because, sometimes I'd say this game is fairly balanced, but certain characters obviously do get used more than others in competitive play. So when you say a name like Hanzo, my ears sort of perk up. I'd love to see that, but we'll see what they come out with. It should be good regardless.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. And Cypher took out Maki. That was the previous match.
Oh.
And Maki took out Ruleta. Ruleta was in top 8 last week. A very strong player.
Interesting. So there's been a lot of big moves happening in the losers brackets.
Yeah, exactly. And pretty big names, as I see.
Very cool. So just to sort of do a brief recap, winner's side for top 8 is covered so far. It's going to be AR Robert versus Sinister X and Killian versus Guzman. But currently, we're looking at the loser side of this bracket to see how things are going to play out.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, Basher and Cypher, and then after that, this one's actually kind of interesting. Zook, who was just playing against Guzman, is going to be going up against Lude Stairs.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting match. We may have a Mina mirror.
That's the first thing I thought about, and I love that, but I doubt it's going to happen. But Lude does have a little bit of showman in him. Maybe he heard that and he's going to oblige, but we'll see. Regardless, I feel like their play styles, it will be interesting to see how they sort of clash. I think that's exciting. And now my eyes are starting to drift down, and I can see at the bottom of the losers bracket, it looks like Golden Sword has taken it over Cotier, which is very surprising. So it's going to be Golden Sword versus Shmoo to get in the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a pretty convincing win, 2-0 against Cotier. Wow.
Yeah, who predicted that? So that's big news. If I remember correctly from Golden Sword, he's a cosplayer, and I think he would definitely lean towards the side of aggression. So it is possible that his playstyle caught Cotier off guard, but regardless, he has made it past Cotier and is going to be playing Shmoo to get in top 8 losers. So there's some going ons in that losers bracket. And then the last match to get in the losers top 8 is Violent Kane versus Fabian.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're playing right now, Violent Kane and Fabian.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, they're playing off stream.
That's a bummer. We'll definitely keep you all updated on who gets through. But right now, I think we're waiting for Basher and Cypher. It should be an exciting match. So did you enter this week, Angel? I don't think I saw you in there.
Yeah, I signed up, but it was difficult. As we were, setting everything up, I had to play my first match, which was kind of complicated. I
Sure.
just decided to be disqualified, and then so we wouldn't, delay the losers bracket. I just asked the bracket director to disqualify me.
I totally understand. It was funny as I was waiting for my matches to come through. I thought the same thing because this is the first time I've done commentary and playing in the tournament. That's tough, man.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm pretty happy that you decided to help us. And I was thinking that maybe this will open other opportunities so you can do commentator. I mean, do commentary later in any other tournament.
For sure. We should definitely talk about that because I'm having a blast. But here we go. Basher versus Cypher. Looks like Cypher's went with Genjiro.
Yeah,
Right now, to sort of try and get the lay of the land here, Cypher is cornered. Okay. A great reaction from Basher. Really, we know that's SSM punishable, but it's not always easy to react to. So hats off to Basher. He was ready and he made it happen.
yeah, exactly. Especially because when you block the rekas, it's not very common that you would just finish them.
For sure. Yeah. And it's sort of a guess. Like, is it 2 or is it 3? And when it is 3, are you prepared to punish? Basher sure as heck was. And that's kind of tough to do if you ask me.
Yeah, exactly.
Cypher trying to reestablish himself here. Still very close, obviously, but making some big plays. He had a chance there, but he was not quite ready. And once again, cornered. That 6-6D is so darn active. Works out for him that time. Aye. Oof, big hunk of damage. It could have been worse, but still,
Yeah,
that hurts.
that hurts nevertheless. Yeah.
Yeah. And now Cypher's in trouble. He needs to consider his resources. What is he willing to do here? Because I think any button will do it, and it does. Overhead takes it for Basher game 1 over Cypher.
Exactly, and we'll see if Cypher decides to stick to Kenshiro or to make any adaptations.
Yeah, I think Cypher is a strong player, but he just didn't seem to get didn't seem like he could get his footing there. So I think personally, I think he should stick with Genjiro and see if he can establish himself more. It does look like he's going to stick with Genjiro, but really he just didn't. It seemed like he never got his feet planted on the ground.
Yeah, he didn't have a chance to shine, so
No,
we'll see in this match.
for sure. So here we go. Basher up 1 against Cypher. Shizu against Genjiro again. Let's see if this one is a similar result or Cypher is able to take it this time.
Yeah, and in the chat, Shmu said that he also got the first KOF World Tournament in Japan. So wow.
Wow. We got have a who's who here tonight. There's a lot of big names.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, but no SSM this time. You got to say after that first round, Cypher got lucky there. He didn't get SSMs. But still, it's not working out so far. Definitely in a serious life deficit. And yeah, Basher closes it out quickly. All right, so Basher match points. Cypher, if he wants to go into top 8, he's really got to make it happen right now. There isn't time to waste. Okay, jump back C. That 6-6D, such a good anti-air. Oh, okay, decent punish. I think he could have gotten the 5C, but still, now's your chance to get some damage.
I think Cypher is getting a little bit impatient.
I can believe it. Hey, what's going to happen here? Wow, he gets
wow,
caught.
he got him from the back.
Yeah, he went over him, but he still got caught. And Cypher's just letting it rip. And I think Basher identified that and said, hey, I got nothing to lose. You can't threaten me. You have no weapon. I'll DP. If I'm wrong, whatever. And he's able to close it out. So strong games from Basher, and Cypher played very well, worked his way through the losers bracket. But today just wasn't his day. Hopefully, we'll see him again next week.
Yeah, exactly. And so Batcher advances to top eight, and we have our next match, which is Shmoo versus Golden Sword.
Honestly, this is interesting to me because if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong on this, but if I'm not mistaken, Golden Sword is from Cali. So
All right.
I don't know if Shmoo has ever fought Golden Sword, and to be frank, it's been a while since I fought Golden Sword. So Golden Sword, obviously, there's something to be said here. He's made it quite far, and there's some very well-known players on his list of opponents he's defeated today. But Shmoo obviously is not one to be trifled with. So I don't know how much experience, if any, these two have with each other. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm actually pretty excited we get to watch this.
I honestly don't know who Golden Sword is, but you say he's from West Coast. Do
I
you know
think
who he
so.
plays with?
If I'm not mistaken, he just recently started to sign up for online tournaments. I don't know if he has a lot of history offline, at least that I'm aware of. But he started showing up to Wednesday night fights in recent weeks, and he's been competitive. If I'm not mistaken, he plays Kazuki, and if I'm not mistaken, he's on the wild side. So it'll be interesting to see if that is the case, if Shmoo can contain that, especially considering the fact that I would assume that Shmoo is going in blind here. And sometimes, even in a first to two, if you're not prepared for sort of a wild style or just a different style, it can catch you off guard and you can lose before you realize what happened. So I'm super excited to see this. How is Shmoo going to adjust? How
Yeah,
is Shmoo going to
exactly.
handle it?
All right, and we have Kenny in the chat. He has confirmed that yeah, it's a Kazuki player.
Awesome. Thank you.
Shout out to Kenny, and thank you for joining us, my dude.
Yeah, thanks to everyone for coming. It's really been a great showing so far, and we're right on the cusp of top eight. So, in some ways, you can say we have not yet to get started, and it's already been a great show. So things are only gonna be more and more interesting from here. So I'm looking at the scores from a couple of the other losers matches that are happening off stream. I don't know how. We shouldn't put too much faith in these until they're confirmed, but it looks like Zook is down to Lude Stairs 0-1. And it looks like Violent Kane is down to Fabian 0-1 as well. So things are happening, though we can't see them. We'll definitely keep you updated as the results come in.
Yeah, I think we're having a little bit of trouble with the lobby. Oh no, they're ready to go.
Awesome. That's the good kind of commentators, Chris, right?
Yeah, yeah, just look at that. Beautiful.
I'm ready. Okay, so let's see if what I heard was right. I mean, we know he's gonna play Kaz, so we have a general idea that he's gonna play Kaz. But Shmoo, I'd assume Tam, because once again, I'm assuming he's not familiar with this gentleman.
All right,
Here
so
we go.
let's see. Yeah.
Interesting. And I did not know that the skull went under Kazuki Fireball. That's interesting.
Yeah, me neither. What do you think? Does Shmoo stand a chance?
Oh, I'd say Shmoo always stands a chance. Shmoo is very good. But I think this matchup is tough for Tam, simply for the fact that Tam has to play, I wouldn't say perfect, but he has to play pretty well. He's got to guess right a lot because it's all about defending that approach. And in this game, there's a lot of options to consider when playing defense. Are they going to come from the air? Are they going to come from the ground? Is it a throw or what? It's a lot to consider. But right now, he's doing a fantastic job of just chipping him down. And when you're going up an aggressive player, that can go a long way to frustrate them. Look at that. Every approach he's tried to have, he's eaten a skull. And to be frank,
He's yet to try the air option, which surprises me.
Yeah, exactly. This is looking good for Shmoo. I'm not gonna say anything again.
It's not your fault, man. But yeah, that sort of snowballed a little bit there. But I don't think Shmoo should get down. That his game plan was working. That was a good call on Golden
Oh
Sword's
wow,
part,
I didn't know it went to projectile.
Oh yes, it goes through all projectiles. So
yeah, I just experienced some of the Kazuki pain a couple of days ago playing a long set with Zero Ken with Kenny.
now, if you're a believer in momentum, you have to say Shmoo was sort of hurting after that WFT, but he leveled the playing field and then some with that great SSM read on the fireball from Golden Sword. That was great. So now
definitely.
We're in the last round. Everyone's got all their resources. Shmoo's down in SSM, but he can definitely win without us. Trading fireballs right now. Okay. Shmoo taking a different approach. Here's JC. Okay. Burst immediately. Doesn't even want to see what comes next. I'm bursting. All right. Taking the chance to build up that fireball. Now, did he catch the end of that jump? I'm not certain. It looked like he might have, but regardless, Shmoo jumps back, and Golden Sword catches the recovery with an Eason. Game 1 to Golden Sword.
Yeah, exactly. In a very convincing way this last round.
Yeah, I feel like Shmoo, he should not. I think his game plan can work. I don't know how much of an adjustment he needs, but it seemed like he was doing all the right things, but there was a couple mistakes. And really, he should have the data he needs now to turn this around. Okay, sort of a... Okay, good punish. Getting a little bit of chip. I have noticed Golden Sword not really JDing these, so he's getting a little bit of chip for each of those skulls. Good anti-air. It was a trade, but at least established that it will cost you a little bit of life to jump in on me.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Now Shmoo decides to go with the spool with B only, which goes below the Kazuki's fireball.
Which is a smart call to make. Now, Golden Sword made a big read, just sort of whiff throw. Goes for the grab. Golden Sword was backdashing. Golden Sword is now up 1 round, is on match point. Now, once again, I don't feel like, up until the end of that first round, I don't feel like Shmoo had been doing anything wrong, per se. But he was a little desperate for that throw. I think he needs to sort of stick to that original game plan because it was working. He whiffs to JB, gets grabbed. 6-6A. JC. Too many skulls. JB. Okay. Great anti-air from Shmoo. And they're both taking their time right now.
Yeah, pretty even round.
Yes. Waiting for the anti-air. I respect that. I feel like sometimes you need to just wait and allow your opponent to hang themselves. Okay, and that anti-air is snowballing into something of a lead here. A strong lead. Now you gotta watch out. Oh, here he comes. Trying to close it out. Shmoo says, you don't get my burst. I'm gonna do this without it. Ooh, no.
Wow. Oh, wow. That was clutch.
Jeez. Wow. The invul on that spin gets Shmoo the round. And now we are on Game point.
And
for,
you know what? I think I am biased, of course, but
Sure.
I think Shmut totally deserves this match.
That was a hell of a play. That was a hell of a play. And right now, you look at this round, he's up convincingly. And that's the thing about Kaz. I mean, he wants to explode, and that burst doesn't last long. So when you see that burst, you know what they want.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, does not go for the weapon flip.
He needs to be very careful because he's going to confirm the fireball into Ethan.
Now, I would question, yep, just run right back in. Now, he isn't going to take too much damage, but he is weaponless. That was a smart play. Oh!
That's very unfortunate, but it was good for Golden Sword.
Yeah, I'd say good play. It didn't. Golden Sword takes a 2-0, but sometimes that score doesn't really do the matches justice. Both games were very close, but Golden Sword does come out on top of this one.
Exactly, and he proved to be a very good player, taking out Cotier 2-0, and now Shmut 2-0 as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you put it that way, you have to give him some credit. I think that's impressive. Cotier beat me 2-0 tonight, and so I definitely tip my hat to anyone that can do that to him. But anyways, that's tonight, and Golden Sword moves on. The future, we'll talk about it when it comes, but for tonight, Golden Sword is doing quite well, and he's just earned himself a spot in losers top 8.
Yeah, definitely well deserved.
Okay, and I think things are sort of solidified for top 8 now, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like winner's side is going to be AR Robert versus Sinister X, Killian versus Guzman, and then moving on to losers, it's going to be Violent Kane versus Golden Sword, and then Basher versus Lewd Stairs.
Yeah, we have our top 8 ready to go.
Any of these matches stick out to you? I mean, they're all going to be great matches, but is there anything in particular here that you're looking forward to seeing?
Absolutely. Killian versus Guzman. We're going to have a Yashamaro mirror.
You didn't even think about that. You were just ready to go. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just a big fan of Guzman's Yasha. I actually felt, how do you say that, like inspired to use Yashamaro because of Guzman. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. As I mentioned before, Killian took me out of the last running Rumble. And well, I admire Guzman's style and all that. So yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to this match.
What was it about Guzman's play that you enjoyed?
Well, for starters, I think Yashamaro, it's some kind of a weird character. I don't know. It's kind of difficult for me to explain it, but he's a very footsie heavy character. Maybe there are others like him, right? But he has this special, like the double jump and the way he attacks and all that. And especially because I'm a really big fan of masks and face painting and all that. That's why I really like Tam Tam, Yashamaro, and Kiyoshiro.
Oh, cool. I can respect that.
Yeah, exactly. But the fact that when you burst and he like screams like a weirdo and all that, I really, really dig that.
Yeah, and like when he's running, he drags his sword and the sparks come from the swords. Yeah,
exactly. And well, Guzman, I don't know. I like the way he plays. Like he doesn't make many mistakes. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the whole thing, you know.
Yeah, the package. No, I totally understand. I've played Guzman a few times now, and he's always come out on top. For the record, he's definitely one of the matches where I go into not feeling very confident, just because I haven't yet taken a game off of him. But it always seemed to me like, and I sort of touched on this earlier, that he's looking for the big play, not to necessarily pop off, but it looks like he's analyzing the matchup and looking for the tendencies. And now that once he has the tendencies, he's looking to see if his idea or what he has in his mind is going to work. So you typically see him make a lot of big plays, and it almost seems like that's where he's getting his pleasure from. He's here to make big plays, not necessarily to pop off, but I think just looking to see if his theory is right. So I think he's a lot of fun to watch too.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Sounds good.
Perfect. So
All right,
I'm
we're
just gonna take a minute to tweet the top 8, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Same here.
Creo que esta es la instrucción correcta. Ah, sí. Vamos a tener los primeros matches de winners. Los primeros 2 de losers se juegan offline. Y después regresamos con losers. All right, then we're back. So Basher took out Lutz Stairs 2-0. We have that match happen offline, so we don't have any more information. But shout outs to Lutz Stairs, and thank you for joining us this week. I hope you had a good time. And Sugar, does it look like something you think it will happen?
Well, I'm still new to Basher, and so I don't really. I mean, what I can say is that Lude Stairs is a very strong player, and for Basher to come out on top, that says a lot about his ability. Of course, Lude Stairs will be back and as fearsome as ever, but today Basher moves on. But also looks like we have another result in for you. It looks like Violent Kane took it over Golden Sword 2-0. Once again, we do not know how that played out, but Golden Sword has shown himself to be a strong competitor today. But Violent Kane, obviously, we spoke about earlier, a lot of history with fighting games. I'm safe to say that his experience probably won him the day, and he moves on. So we have some results right there. Violent Kane moves on. Basher moves on to losers quarters for both. But waiting in winners semis, we're about to see Robert versus Sinister X and Killian versus Guzman. I'm thinking that Robert versus Sinister X will be first. Should be an exciting matchup. Really, it can go either player's way. Sinister seems to have really adapted his play style a bit recently. He seems to be much more patient and selective about how he goes in. And Robert has been strong for a long time now. I'd say since the game came out. So no one is surprised about Robert making it this far. Though I will say, watching his Shizu today, he's also seems to be playing much more patient as well. Typically, when I see Robert play, very aggressive, and not to say he doesn't or cannot be, but he also doesn't seem to mind to take the lead and float and be evasive, which is a smart play because once you start to frustrate your opponent, they start to make a lot of mistakes. And I think with Sinister X playing Shiki, he's vulnerable to that sort of play because Shiki will struggle to get in if Robert is smart with how he utilizes Shizu's movement. So this should be good.
Yeah, definitely. Now we'll see how this unfolds. Do you have any favorites?
Favorites? Not really. I mean, I love Sinister. We've talked a lot. Robert, I haven't had a chance to speak with him. I'm sure he's a good guy. My favorite thing would be to have a good match. So let's see how this goes. Now, geez, it took me a second to digest this, but Robert is not going with Shizu. Robert is gone for Charlotte, which I'd love to know why. He wouldn't do that without a darn good reason, I figure. Excellent run on her by Sinister. That's not easy to do with Charlotte's jump arc.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think of this matchup? Do you think it's in favor of Charlotte? Probably Robert knows something we don't, right?
Yeah, and for me, I feel like I want to stay away from Shiki, but yeah, I'd say Robert knows something we don't. What's nice about Charlotte is very well-rounded kits. She can do anything. She can be lame or she can be incredibly aggressive with that jump arc. Now, Sinister very much down in the first round. However, he has scored the weapon flip, but with the life discrepancy, it's going to be tough for him to make this comeback.
Yeah,
Robert?
exactly. I think this is I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think this is a good decision by Robert because with his down B and down A, he can keep Shiki away.
That makes a lot of sense. Great pokes. 2 empty jumps, finally followed by a grab into the WFT. Really smart play by Sinister. And I guess at that point, without your weapon, what do you have to lose? Just a great dodge there. Overhead stuffs the jump attempts. Right now, it's very even. Punish opportunity didn't work out for Sinister. Robert gets the grab, applies the punish. Sinister is now down. Oh my goodness. Just
throws out the 5C, gets some good damage, and takes the lead back. However, Robert now back with the lead in a commanding fashion. Sinister needs to consider bursting, and he doesn't, and it's too late. Chip wins this game on behalf of Robert Charlotte. 2-0. First round.
Yeah, and I think that says a lot about the matchup, right? I think it's in favor of Charlotte.
Yes.
Of course, Robert is a very strong player, right?
Absolutely. Not without his tendencies, but I think that with how shallow that jump arc is and how well-rounded that kit is, Robert can really apply pressure with her. Sinister not thinking about too much, going right back to Shiki. And you know, I'm not going to claim to know much about Robert. I've played Robert several times, but I don't know Robert personally. However, my read is, I mean, this was his character before Shizu, and I almost feel like he might have a better. He plays Shizu incredibly well, but this was his first choice, and you can see that it fits him like a snug glove. It's been Shizu all day, but he picks up the Charlotte, and right out the gate, it's looking very clean. Like he never stopped playing her.
Yeah, totally. I've never been able to defeat Robert when he uses Charlotte.
Very comfortable. Okay, so early lead for Robert. Sinister applying pressure. Ooh, had something of a cross up there, but no button pressed. Scores a knockdown. Overhead blocks. Robert punishes with a grab of his own. And a sweep. Sinister now down by quite a lot, and I feel like he's starting to feel the pressure. He's running in a lot. Yeah. I think the Sinister needs to compose himself just a tad because he was overextending. Okay. Robert waits it out, anticipating the deflects. Sinister with a knockdown on the 6-6C. DP attempt, I respect it, but man, it's hard to DP Charlotte, and to be honest, it's even harder online, so good attempt, but it didn't work out. Pops first. Ooh, that was interesting.
Yeah, nice season.
Great block. Into the WFT. He's in a bad spot now. The life is pretty much even. Ooh, nope, doesn't recover fast enough, and that was bizarre. Great play. Oh, but he just misjudged the spacing there and crosses up before he intended to, and Robert takes it with the 2B, I think. Convincing games from Robert. However, Sinister is not out. He's going down into losers where he will fight. Let's see here. Violent Kane. So not the last. Nope. My apologies. That was wrong. Where he will fight Basher. So Sinister still has a chance to make his way through the bracket.
Yeah, exactly.
So what did you think? I mean, I think you're right. You saw something I didn't see and potentially can't see quite yet. It looked that for whatever reason it was, and I'd be curious to hear Robert's thoughts on that. That was tough for Shiki.
Yeah, the thing is, especially for a player like Sinister, who likes to just go in and usually runs and tries to knock you down. Well, the only way you can do that is being really close. And Charlotte normals, when she's crouching, they're really quite something. They're very strong, and they have long reach. And of course, Robert wasn't going to let Sinister get any closer. So if you don't have that, you can only jump, right? So he just neutralized one of the ways you usually use to get in. And that's it. I think he took away half of his options, and you can see that by just looking at the results.
For sure. Yeah. And I think once you've had your approaches stuffed multiple times, that can just be draining. You know what I mean? And you could see in the second game that Sinister was starting to feel the frustration.
Yeah, exactly. And Sinister, just like Trolley yours, hates Charlotte. I've seen his tweets, and I totally sympathize with how he feels. I am the founder of the movement hashtag fuck Charlotte. I really hate Charlotte. I can
Why?
express. I don't know, man. I think it's SNK's favorite. She hasn't been nerfed in a way that you will say, you know what, she's not usable anymore.
I just with that kit, how could you ever be bad? Like she's just so well rounded. She's got everything, and between a DP and bayonet lunge, that's just really powerful moves. I mean, you can't zone her, but she can outzone you most likely, and that jump arc, she could play offense. She's capable of doing whatever you could hope to do with the character, as far as I'm concerned. And that jump, it's like, how do you keep her out of the air? Very tough to deal with.
Yeah, totally. And again, I mean, it's not that I want strong characters to be nerfed or anything. Like, where's the fun of that in that,
Yeah.
right? But I think from the very beginning, she wasn't really well thought. She's super strong. She has super strong buttons. She has an anti-air. Uh, yeah, I mean, she has this whole kit, as you said.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe because I don't want to sound racist or anything, but I hate her because she's French. But
Oh
she's
my
not
God.
really French. She speaks Japanese, and she doesn't have an accent or anything.
That's it is funny that she's French and she's talking Japanese, but anyways,
Yeah,
wait,
it's just a stupid thing.
is this
But
real? Wait,
wow,
who is who?
is this a button kick or is this the real thing?
I think this is real. And if I had to assume, it's Guzman as a Roja. If I'm making an assumption, because he would seem like the kind of guy who's already got something in mind for this character, and typically he's playing the black Yasha. So I think that is Guzman.
Yeah, exactly. Probably he knows something, and besides, as he's a Yashimaru main, I think he's prepared for what Killian has to do, and try to neutralize him.
Or he's wanting to bank on the fact that maybe Killian is not prepared.
Yeah, that's true also.
Oof. Yeah, I experienced it earlier. That 5C, and I can't really explain it. It doesn't look like it should be hard to deal with, but it is. And it's a lot safer than it looks. This character, it's day one, but she seems really interesting. And I guess the theme that I've seen with her so far is that she's a lot safer than you would expect, but it's still early. We got to figure out what the punches are. But anyways, so far, if that is Guzman, the pick isn't working for him, at least not in the first round. Killian takes the first round.
Yeah, but it was a pretty good first round considering this is just day one, and she's been out for only like 9 hours.
For sure, absolutely. Okay, right now, pretty even. Trying to threaten in the air game. I'm assuming that's Killian. He's up to a decent life lead right now. And it's funny because I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. Oh my goodness, that jump. Okay, nice spin. Okay, that shoulder, I don't quite understand that shoulder, but I think it can be canceled into specials, including WFT. Oh no. Okay, now I'm pretty sure that was Guzman. Killian takes that pretty convincingly. And now you have a situation where Guzman has two characters to pick between. Is he going to go for the mirror, or is he going to go for Shizu?
I don't know, but maybe I was thinking. Sorry to interrupt you. I was
No, you're
thinking
good,
that
you're good.
maybe just maybe Guzman's strategy was to distract the male bird with the female bird. Don't you think?
I think, honestly, to be frank, two things I'm thinking. I'm thinking either he thought that Killian wasn't prepared, or he had an idea. He felt like this was a good counter pick, and maybe it is, but perhaps it's too early. It'll be interesting to see if he doubles down. He might feel incredibly confident here, but I'm not. No, my goodness, he picked a Roja again. He says,
Oh my God.
I have a feeling and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, that was ballsy, but let's see how things unfold this time. I think he
Yeah,
learned something from the first match. Let's see what kinds of adaptations he has to make in order to come out on top.
I would never question Guzman because he's such a good player. So I believe. Let's see what he has to show us.
I think he's going to rely more in the footsie game this time.
Yeah, we didn't really see him take to the air too much, at least in aggressive fashion the first game. He seems to be much more airborne this game. That 5C. There's something about that 5C. I don't know what it is, but that move seems pretty strong.
Yeah, the Superman we're calling it.
Yes, yes. Interesting. Wow, a fireball. Went for something tricky. It didn't work out. Killian is sort of gaining a little bit of momentum from there, but Guzman stuffed him out. However, punishes the 5C that time. I think Killian knew what was coming there, and he was prepared. Okay, now Guzman cornered, is down on life. It's close. Now it's very close. Aye. Okay, sweep from Killian. This is a hold your breath kind of moment here. 8 seconds on the clock. Anybody's game. Ah.
Wow. Yeah, that was very close.
Killian takes it with the punch. Okay. So it was a productive first round. He didn't get the result he wanted, but let's see what happens this time. Anti-air feather there.
Yeah, but it was a very different story than compared with the first match.
Absolutely. Much stronger, I would say. That's why I'm feeling no one is out for sure. If I have one observation, it's feeling like Killian is dominating the air right now. Now, I'm not sure if that's a legit anti-air, but I think it is.
Yeah, that's a DP.
Okay. Ooh. They're very close in the life right now. Okay, stops blocking early. Yeah, it seems like, okay, that time that wasn't the case, but Guzman, when he tries to counter in the air, he's been getting punished. Once again, Killian stops blocking too early. Okay, gets out of the corner. Ooh. Aye. 9 seconds. Ah, and that does it. 5C.
Yeah.
So Killian moves on. Go ahead.
No. I think we have a. Oh, that's it, right? That's only 2 matches.
2 games. Yep.
All right. We'll see Guzman in the losers bracket,
Yes.
and it'll be interesting if he sticks to Hiroha in the losers bracket.
I would assume not. As I said earlier, I think that Guzman had an idea and he really wanted to see it through, win or lose. He's going to be going up against Violent Kane in losers. So, obviously I think we'll see something more traditional from him there. I could be wrong. But yeah, to say it one more time, I think he had an idea, and not to say that idea doesn't have potential, but right now it wasn't quite ready yet. But I think I understand why he stuck with it, because he wanted to test it, and it's still early. And it's not like he's out quite yet in losers quarters. Sometimes the loss is worth the information, if you catch my drift. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. And well, in a tournament, it's kind of difficult, but throughout your journey to becoming better and better, every L you take should actually, take you to become a better player, right? If you set your mind to learning, of course, there are people who only cares about winning and they get frustrated. But if you learn of every match you lose, there is no other way to improve,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's part of why fighting games are hard for some people, because when you're new, especially when you think about fighting games, a lot of the active players, some of them have been playing for over 15 years. It's You're going to lose, and I think that losing isn't always easy. um and I think a lot of the success or the potential success of a player is how well they're able to lose or accept the idea of loss, because I think that for some it's just too difficult, which I understand. But improvement, especially in fighting games, it comes after many, 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 many losses. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I'm not quite sure which match is coming up next. I'm going to assume it's losers, something in losers. Sinister against Basher. Okay, so Sinister, he had that tough game against Robert. It did not go as he had planned. I feel like he was getting a little frustrated as well at the end there. It'll be interesting to see if he's collected himself and just recognize that was then. Got a new game here. Going to go into it with a fresh and clean mindset. However, this time it's pretty for certain he's going to get Shizu, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, most likely, but we'll see.
Okay.
I, yeah, I mean, you mean Bishop, right?
Correct.
Yeah, Bishop is a Shizume. I haven't seen him play with any other character.
Okay. Because there's always a possibility Sinister was anticipating Shizu and got Charlotte instead, and that threw him off. But this time, for certain, we know who he's going up against. And Basher, another player who I didn't know until recently, but since I have noticed his play, very strong results. So, two strong competitors. Couldn't tell you who's going to come out with it, but once again, really hoping for a good game here, and I think these two can provide that to us
Yeah, definitely. And I'm really looking forward to Violent Kane versus Guzman,
for sure.
provided Guzman uses Yashimaru. I think well, I mean, I believe for day one and a couple of hours later, his Iroha is pretty solid, but it's just too early, you know?
For sure. Yeah, I don't think it's quite ready. He as I was saying, I think he wanted to test it out and get some battle experience. I would, if I was to guess, and obviously Guzman can speak for himself if he's willing. I think he had an idea specifically for Yash, so he took the advantage of the situation. But Violent Kane, of course, we're looking at how I would be surprised if we didn't get Yash from him, because that is sort of a pretty vanilla matchup, and you figure he'd go to what he's most comfortable with for that set. So I agree with you. Robert Killian, that's going to be a heck of a game, but I'm drawn to the Violent King Guzman match as well to see how that plays out.
Yeah, exactly. And also Sinister. I would like to see Sinister play to his full potential. I think he's pretty familiar with the Shizumaru matchup. And I just hope he's not, like you said, frustrated because of his past match with Robert and Charlotte,
For
right?
sure.
Because it takes time to overcome Charlotte, believe me. But I hope he's ready for the next match and he's focused and all that. And also, I hope Basher gives him a good match, right? It's not that I prefer one or the other to win because they're both good players, but I'm really looking forward to this match as well.
Absolutely. I mean, if nothing less, I hope for a good match. But talking about, sure. Oh, okay, okay. Go ahead. So it looks like we are going to have another match instead. Hopefully, we still get that Sinister and Basher match down the line. But in the meantime, we'll get some other players up here. And looking at this bracket, there's no, regardless of what match we get, it's going to be good because these six players are great, and I'm excited to see what they can provide to us. So let's see. I wonder if it is going to be Violent King Guzman. Is that what we're going into? You think?
I'm sorry?
You think we're going to get Violent Kane and Guzman now?
Yeah, I think we're gonna get that match first.
Awesome. Because as I mentioned, of all the matches I'm seeing, that is the one I'm most interested in. So Christmas is coming early. We don't have to wait for that. Yeah, if I
Yeah,
had to
definitely.
predict, I'm thinking Hao and Yash. What are you thinking?
Yeah, exactly the same.
Awesome. Have you seen these two play in recent memory?
Not to my knowledge, I don't remember any matches from before. I mean, I can't say for running Rumble, of course, because I'm usually just focused on my matches. But
Absolutely.
I really can't remember that Violent Kane has mentioned anything about fighting Guzman or otherwise.
No.
And I'm really looking forward to it. Anyways, Killian and Violent Kane, I think, are regular players. They play each other regularly, I think.
Gotcha.
So Violent Kane should be familiar with the matchup. But again, it's Guzman we're talking about.
Yes, absolutely. And I think he's definitely the poster boy for that character until someone else makes us consider something different. You know what I mean? But I don't think that time has come yet. Guzman is, in my mind, still the Yash representative.
Marco, tienes tu micro abierto. Ah, okay, okay. All right, so it seems like the big boss is ordering food.
Oh, okay. All good. No, you're good. Well,
All right.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess what I was thinking was, well, we're going into it now, so there isn't too much time to think. But do you have any quick opinions on this matchup, the character matchup?
To me, it's difficult because I just tend to jump a lot, no matter what character I choose.
No, fair
And
enough.
Violent Kane is always ready with DP. So
Probably pretty balanced matchup. So looking like to start, Kane is wanting to implement that fireball game, and it's working out for him. I was looking for the 6-6C, and Guzman delivered, but he ended up getting eaten up by that tornado. Didn't work out that time, but I'm not sure that was a punish. I could be wrong. It looked like it was now that I think about it. But yeah, applying the fireball game against Yash is quite difficult. So it's interesting that Violent Kane is really pushing that and not really wanting to relent after being punished a couple times.
yeah, exactly. Just a quick pause. Marco, can you please help us with the names? Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Nice. Sticking to that fireball game. He says, I will eat 6-6Cs. Oop. Whiff grab from Guzman. Violent Kane punishes, looking for the safe jump. And Guzman is out. Guzman still with the life lead here. It's not, ooh, and there, he's so good at that. Oh my goodness. And it was enraged, so he gets the follow-up. Throwing projectiles is difficult against Yash, but Guzman is very good about punishing that with the sword throw. Okay, JB meeting him in the air. JC stuffing the ground approach, far B, and just like that, Violent Kane has good lead. The chicken guard gets Violent Kane out and able to punish. Oh, and there is a recoil cancel. Oh, that might have been, was that cross up?
Yeah, I've seen Guzman do that a lot, and he usually connects. So
he might have mistimed it. Who knows? But that looked cross up to me. Regardless, Violent Kane takes that second. Ooh, I can't even talk. These guys are just slugging it out.
So what do you think so far?
Well, I'm trying to shut my mouth and not say anything because the second it seems like I say something, something big happens. I mean, I can't keep up with the action. But so far, both players had convincing rounds. The first round was convincing in Guzman's favor. The second round was very convincing in Violent Kane's favor. So, I'd say it's pretty even. But right now in this third round, Violent Kane seems to be having a dominant performance right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Both players still have all their resources. 27 seconds on the clock. Gotta burst. Does the Guzman special? Does not work. Violent Kane takes game 1. Now, really,
Yeah.
I'm curious about what you're thinking about that first game, because I feel like you will have better opinions on what you saw than I would. What did you see there?
Well, probably not a better opinion, but I think, and as we've been seeing from Guzman, he learns a lot from the first match. Either he wins or if he loses. So I think the next match is going to be more interesting than this one.
Yeah, I think, as I said, the first round clearly in Guzman's favor. Second round clearly in Violent Kane's favor. Third round, Violent Kane sort of exerted dominance and took it. But yeah, to piggyback off of what you said, oh, Shizu.
Wow, the Shizumara now. All right, I
So
like the change.
he was not happy with how that went, and he doesn't feel. Well, anyways, regardless, Shizu. Okay, goes with the empty float into the grab. Al is cornered. Great DP. DPing in this game is an incredible risk. So every time you see one, it's a sight to behold. I think that Guzman was going for the instant overhead, was that JA, but it didn't quite work out there. Wow. Okay, big play.
Oh, nice confirm.
Yeah, for sure. He was buffering that. Good punish. You could see that it took him a second to realize it, but once he did realize it, the punish came almost immediately.
Yeah, and last week it was like everything seemed that Guzman was going to lose really bad against one of the other competitors, but he came back. He was losing 2-0, and he was able to. Well, he took the match.
Absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. In fact, to piggyback off of last week's results, if I'm not mistaken, he was grand finals last week. So to not make it back there, you figure that would not be acceptable in his eyes. So he's going to give it everything he can right now. Very tense. Guzman has the lead, but this is Samurai Shodown we're talking about here. Every moment is a moment for potentially huge damage.
Yeah, exactly.
And now Hal has that WFT. He can't keep him out. So what's the decision here? He decides to take it. Okay, that's a good call to chase the backdash. Very brave, but he gets his weapon back. He definitely lost some health for it, but he's got his weapon back. They're about even right now, and most important, that could have been the round.
Yeah, exactly. That was big.
Oh my goodness! For some reason, I'm feeling a DP. Okay. And it's wild. He did not burst. He did not burst. And it looked like it was the wrong decision. He was getting mauled, but he's able to get that weapon back, take that round, and now he's coming into the third round with that resource. Okay, that was obviously a mistake, but really great round from Guzman. Now let's see what happens here.
Yeah, exactly. Violent Kane with the life lead, but it's not too big.
No. Oh, okay. You got to give it to Violent Kane there. That was a good read. He was sort of pushing him. SSM. When are you going to SSM? He knew it was coming. He wanted it to come. And when it did, he was prepared. Ooh. That didn't get the punish. Guzman bursts. He sort of goes all in there. And this is a really
nice
tough
punish.
spot. Yeah. Okay. Runs into the 5B. Violent Kane takes it. Guzman put up a hell of a fight. I mean, I think you need to look at that second round as really an example of exemplary patience. A lot of people would have questioned that decision not to burst, but it paid off for him in a big way. However, Violent Kane comes out on top this week.
What do you think is gonna happen for the next match? Do you think he's gonna stick to Shizu?
I don't think there is a next match. Am I wrong? I think that's it.
Oh yeah,
Violent King
that's
moved
true,
on.
right? Yeah, exactly. All
And you
right.
know,
Well,
I've met Guzman. I love Guzman. He's a great guy. But you know he's disappointed because he's an incredibly strong player, and he made grand finals last week. You know, he wanted to get back there. Obviously, this is a league, so all is not said and done. He's got his points, and he's got the experience, and he's got the video. But you have to believe that he's not happy about that.
yeah, definitely. He's a very good player, and I'm pretty sure he was aiming to take the tournament, of course, right?
Yeah.
But if you can, you just aim higher and to do all you can in order to reach top on top eight, right?
Absolutely. And you know, this is a league. So he got the let's see. He got 15 points for getting second place last week. And this week, I'm not entirely sure what, I guess he'd probably be fifth. But regardless, he's got some points this week as well. So thinking about it from a league perspective, it wasn't a total loss. But I'm feeling pretty confident that he's going to come back next week really wanting to perform, just because he knows he can do better, and he you know, obviously he can, and we'll see how he performs next time. Now the question in my mind moving forward is, were we able to get a hold of Sinister X or not? I'm not sure. Oh, it looks like we did. Here we go, we're going right into it. Sinister
Yeah.
X versus Basher.
Yeah, that's right.
So if what I saw is accurate, we got Shiki and we got Shizu, what we expected. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Okay.
All right, we can see that that 5A is probably holding tap from the very beginning.
Basher definitely taking an aggressive stance. I mean, there are moments of pause, but definitely wanting to go in. I'd say even more so than Sinister right now. Sinister doing a lot of walking back. Wow, that whenever you eat a jump in when you're crouched, it's immediately counted as a deep jump in, so you got to be careful. Sinister with a knockdown. He doesn't get too much off of it, but right now life is fairly even. Now it's in Sinister's favor. All things considered, things are looking relatively tame right now. No one's gone too crazy. 66D scores a knockdown for Basher. Instant overhead takes the life lead.
Yeah, that did a lot of damage, I
It
think.
really did, didn't it? Very close. Not anymore. Things just move so quickly. Very close again. Almost indistinguishably so. I would say it's in Sinister's favor, but slightly. 8 seconds on the clock. Definitely in Sinister's favor now. What do? Do you close it? Closes it with the 5A, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, sort of a slow start, but Basher's starting to snowball here, accumulating a lot of damage in a short period of time. Sinister whiffs the throw. Basher with the appropriate punish. And there it is again. It really does do a lot of damage. Okay, I can see it. Sinister was losing heavily right there. He needed to have a big turnaround. He already had that one game. He could give it up, and I understand the decision. So here we go. Both players have both resources left. Last round of this match, or this game, I should say. Let's see what happens. Ishiki down on life.
Oh, this is going to be big. Oh, my God.
Oh wow. It's so
Man, I never know how to react to that. I mean, yeah, I just can't.
that's like getting punched in the gut. You know what I mean? Like, how do you maintain your composure after that? You're behind, but you're still in it, and now you're just not. And I think that's very difficult to deal with psychologically. You were competitive, and then you got tapped, and now you aren't. Game's pretty much over. So it's very tough to deal with, not only from the perspective that it does a lot of damage, but just to lose that damage that quickly is it can break you. I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I understand this is Samurai Showdown, right? But that move is just stupid, like plain stupid.
People talk about why Shizu's strong. A lot of it is because of that move and just the amount of damage that it does. Interesting. Basher opens up with a 5A again. Probably shouldn't think too much into it. But yeah, everyone's got an East and a WFT and an SSM, but Shizu also has tap. So he just has incredible resources when it comes to delivering a lot of damage. Sinister blocks that. Two missed opportunities for punishes for both players there. Sinister getting aggressive on the cross unders, but it's very tough with Shizu's JB because it has a cross up hitbox. And that sort of went in Basher's favor very quickly. Okay, JA.
So how do you think about, I mean, what do you think about this matchup? Do you think, I mean, looking at the results, right, and the tap and all that, what did you take on that?
Did every matchup. There isn't a matchup that Shizu doesn't win strictly because he has everything you can want, plus unique movement options, plus tap. He's just incredibly strong. So my initial take is that Shiki, I'm sure, struggles. But right now, Sinister X seems to be doing relatively well. My concern with that first game is that Sinister had lost his patience and he was going to ultimately sort of give it away, but he seems to be composing himself. However, yeah, I think every character struggles with Shizu. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I tried to play Chizu, to be honest, not to not to use him like my main character, but to understand what his flaws are, and it's very difficult. I mean, the first week I was already winning matches.
Yeah, and it's funny. We just saw the universal overhead there. Shizu's used to knockdown, and that was viewed as a nerf, but I almost feel like that is not quite so, because I think you're relatively even at that point. Oh no. I mean, that wasn't too catastrophic. We'll get back to universal overheads later, because this is coming down to the wire here. Sinister's in a bit of a deficit. He's chipping away at it, though. Oof. With this amount of life left on the board for both players, and both of them having their resources, this isn't, it's not over by a long shot, but this is a very dangerous moment in the match here. Sinister bursts. He's tempting him. He's taunting him to Easton.
Yeah, definitely.
And good for Sinister not to do that, because I feel like Sinister was running up wanting to get him to react so he would do something. Basher sort of knew that. He didn't feel threatened by the throw, I don't think, at that point. What Sinister really wanted was a reaction so he could punish, and so he was getting in his face to pull out that reaction. But at that point, Basher was not afraid of the throw because he still had burst on the table. Throw me all you want. I'm just going to burst out.
Yeah, exactly.
But
anyway,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, anyway, good games to Sinister X. He's proved that he's a very strong player last week and this week, and I hope we can see him next week and for the rest of the league.
For sure. I think when you look at this tournament from the very start, you look at that bracket, the first round bracket. I mean, you talk about stacked brackets. I think this tournament would almost be the definition of that. There's tons of big names here, and though he didn't come out on top, I think to make it into top 8 with how strong this bracket was says a lot. Good stuff to Sinister.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Time to go into winners final. It's going to be Robert versus Killian. I'm going to assume Shizu versus Yash. What do you think?
Shizu versus Yash. I'm not sure. I mean, these guys, both of them are from Mexico City, and as I said, most tournaments happen there. So I would say they should be familiar with each other. I'm not sure, of course, right? But yeah, we'll see how that turns out. I don't recall having seen them before, but yeah, we'll see. This should be a good match.
Absolutely, and it's our first to 3 of the night since this is winners finals. Players have to win 3 matches to move on. We're running out of best of 2s. We're really getting down to the wire here. After winners finals, one player is going to move into grand, one's going to move into losers, and then we have losers semis, and then from there it's the home stretch and nothing but top competition from this point out. And I think we're getting right into it.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, shout outs to the players and the people working behind the scenes, keeping things moving. It's moving at a great rate. They've got things well in hand.
Yeah, shout outs to Paradox and Ares, and I don't remember who else is helping us.
And here we go. It's actually Charlotte. And no one's going to question that because, as I mentioned earlier, Robert has a very good Shizu, but seeing his Charlotte again, it almost feels like this is the character he wants to be playing, just based on how well he plays her. So, obviously, a competitive choice for sure. And right now, he's just dealing damage from Killian. Killian can't do anything without getting hit right now. Yeah, it seems like every single approach is either he's getting beat out or it's not free. However, this is Sam's show. A couple big moves and he's back in it.
Wow, nice air to air, and Killian takes it.
That's pretty darn impressive considering how ahead Robert was, and Killian just maintained his composure and marched it back. How's Robert going to respond to that? I'm sure he wasn't very fond of that. Killian pops.
I'm not sure that was a good idea.
Me either. I think it's a debatable decision, but once again, we're here and he's there, so let's see how it plays out. Oh boy. Again. And there's not a darn thing he can do about it. Okay, so how is Killian going to respond? Okay, Robert takes the second game. Killian now without the resource. Coming into the final round, we're going to have to see how he responds here. And the question now is, was that burst in the second round worth it? Was that the right decision? We're going to find out. Very good. Shades of Guzman there. Ooh, great DP. He was just ready for that. The second he saw him move forward, he was prepared. Not easy to do. Okay, and Robert closes it out. We're never gonna know, or at least not right now, whether or not he meant to do that burst in the second round. You have to assume he didn't, because I don't think it worked out for him in the long run. regardless, still a very close game. Robert takes the first one. This is a first of 3, so we have a ways to go. Let's see how the second game goes. It's still way too early to make any assumptions as to how things are going to progress here.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm really looking forward to the adaptation Killian has to make.
For sure. He made some great moves. Both players did. I kind of feel like losing that burst cost him that game, not necessarily his play. Okay, game 2, Robert up 1. Good stance break there from Robert. Killian cornered, not a great place to be against Charlotte. That shallow jump can be really oppressive, especially when you're cornered. Okay, throw into conversion from Robert. Going low, and man, this gets frustrating, I tell you what. And he just can't do anything right now. Okay, good JC. Get off of me, he's saying. See if it works out. And you know, now that I think about it, there's visions of this matchup flowing through my head all of a sudden. I've actually seen this matchup several times, and based on what I have seen, I believe this to be a difficult matchup for Yash.
Yeah, as I said before, I think Charlotte is just the perfect character. I'll dare to say that.
It's true, and I think that Yash wants to be in the air, right? But Charlotte's air game is surprisingly strong, and I feel like her J, A, and B can stuff him. Not to mention the DPs. And we're seeing it over and over and over. Killian tries to jump, and Robert just dunks him. However, sort of a power move by Killian here. A little bit chip. Really great play. He just chased him down. Killian not falling for the deflect attempt. A little bit more chip. And we're cornered again. Cornered against Charlotte is a bad time. He gets out, but not without giving up a little bit of damage. Good throw. Good damage. Killian in the lead, but he's down around. Oh, he just took some serious damage. Yeah. Ooh, scary stuff. But he maintains his composure. And it's funny, this time, he is holding on to that rage. Is this going to kill? And it does. Wow. That was very smart. Okay, Robert not punishing there. It is sometimes hard to see whether or not they follow up with the second jump, but if they don't do the second jump after that sword toss, it's still super punishable. And again, Killian cornered. He's got to figure out a way to get out of here. He's playing very solidly right now. Wow, nice jump. See, I think that was. Oof. Blocks just in time. Oh, with throw. And he's out. And really, he might want to be considering that option more often because that just seemed to solve the problem. Aye, and Robert just DPs. A really aggressive move for that point in the match, but he felt confident, it seems like. Okay, so Robert's up 2 here. Now, I don't know if Killian has any secondaries, but, you know, now that I'm thinking about it more and more, this does look super hard for Yash. He's, you know, secondary or not, he's not switching from Yash. He's going to stick this out. So
yeah, exactly. To my knowledge, he doesn't have a secondary character.
Okay. It is winners. So, of course, he doesn't want to, but he can afford to lose this if it must go that way. But He's down 2 now. He has a long way to go to turn this around. Obviously, he wouldn't have gotten here if he isn't capable of doing that, but now is the time to show it. I don't think, I mean, I feel like I've seen more whiff throws and I've seen throws that have connected, and I think you have to sort of bear that in mind. Robert is not wanting to stay stationary for too long.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to mention that a bit earlier. A lot of withdrawals in this tournament.
Yes. And it's a major risk. And that DP, I don't know if that was preemptive or what. There's no way that was a reaction. That'd be too darn fast. But he's been throwing out these DPs in situations where you wouldn't expect them to connect, and they just are. I don't know if it's player knowledge or what, but Robert's making some interesting choices that are just working. Killian corner down around. I wanted to see more of that. I'm glad he did, because it does seem to get him out. But there's that whiff throw again. He really needs to be careful. And now he's pressing, and he's starting to get hit. Good punish. There it is again. That's preemptive. And it's tough to be in this position because you can tell by Robert's play right now, he is supremely confident, as he should be. But to be sort of staring down that sort of life deficit and your opponent is just down backing on you, it can take a mental toll. But Killian tried his best there, but there's just too much of a deficit to overcome. And AR Robert takes it 3-0. Killian moves down to losers final.
Yeah, exactly. And what do you think of our next match?
Well, I got a question for you. What did you think about what we just saw? I'm not familiar with Killian. Killian is obviously incredibly strong. Was there something he was missing there? What do you think happened?
To be completely honest, I wouldn't know what, since I really, really struggle with the Charlotte matchup. And I also play with Yashamaru.
Yeah.
So I would just try to stay on the ground, because air to air, Charlotte is just too strong.
Yeah.
So I would just limit myself to throwing pokes every time I see it safe to do it, and try to punish DPs and wake up whenever I get a knockdown. So, yeah.
He's definitely capable, and now he's in losers final. He's going to have to work his way back up to earn the opportunity of another shot. But clearly, from the level of play that we've seen out of him so far, he's more than capable. However, now we got to see who his opponent's going to be in a losers final. Violent Kane versus Basher. Any history we need to know here? What are your thoughts going into this one?
I'm really not sure, but I'm gonna say Violent Kane takes it.
Okay.
He has a lot of experience against Shizumaru,
Okay.
and yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Basher is not a great player, right?
Of course.
But I think Violent Kane has a lot of experience in this matchup.
And I think really interesting. That's a juicy tidbit.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I guess Markio has informed us that Violent Kane was eliminated by Basher last week before top 8. So you better believe that Violent Kane is at least thought about it somewhat, and you better believe for certain he wants to take this one back. So that just added to the excitement of this round. Now I'm super excited to see this. So we got a run back from last week. After being eliminated by Basher last week, Can Violent Kane turn the tables, or will Basher put Violent Kane in his place once again?
So what do you think? This match in favor? Well, you told me before that no match is bad for Shizumaru, but what do you think?
Well, what's interesting is it's not the first time we've seen Violent Kane fight a Shizu tonight. Oof. DPing early, letting him know that I will do that. You have to assume that Violent Kane is prepared. So really, though it is in Shizu's favor, I believe that Violent Kane can do that. He just needs to simply outplay his opponent. Nice block. Big damage. And so far, this is... Oh, no, that is not going to work. And you're dead. I feel that though Shizu is a better character, Hao is more than capable of taking this. But it's going to require from strong play from Violent Kane, which we know that he is capable of. So we're going to have to see from there. Nice JC. Cornered, but out. Another JC. You're not the only guy who can, you know, lop off massive amounts of damage with JC. Hao can do it too. A lot of movement in the corner here. Who's in the corner? One person's in, then they're out, then the other person's in, then they're out. Okay. Violent Kane is now in his pretty considerable life deficit. He's in the orange. Basher's still healthily in the green. No, my God.
Wow, 5C. That was very painful to watch.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. The damage in this game makes me happy. The heavies are so satisfying. No burst. Basher goes down 2-0 for, you know, 2 straight rounds to Violent Kane. Yeah, so I'd say that was a very strong performance right out the gate. You know, you wonder how much of that is just memory serving him well, maybe remembering some tendencies from last week. But he seemed very prepared. And that 5C, man, when that hit, you sort of saw Basher stutter a bit. Like, that took the wind out of him too. And he was sort of trying to get his bearings and made a move, and Violent Kane was ready with the punish. Didn't even get a chance to burst.
Yeah, exactly. He has amazing reflexes.
Yes, for certain. But yeah, I'd say a pretty strong first round, eh? First game. All right, let's see if Basher can respond. I'm going to say 5A from Basher. No. Prove me wrong. He's been favoring that 5A. I just think just to challenge any sort of random approaches, because sometimes those quick run speeds, you can get in off round start. But anyways, Basher off with an early lead. Overhead. JC from Violent Kane. A lot of movement. They're going under and over each other. Okay. Basher meets Violent Kane in the air with a jump C. Ooh.
Wow.
Is that the first SSM of the night? That feels like the first SSM of the night.
Yeah, now that you mention it, actually is. We're gonna have to go and watch the video again, but I think it is.
That was nice. And you could tell that he knew what was coming. He was prepared. And now he's just backdashing violently from Violent Kane. You got to wonder if maybe he's feeling pretty confident and might be noticing that his opponent is frustrated. Perhaps at least trying to frustrate his opponent now. Okay, good punish. Small punish, but a good punish. Take the damage where you can get it. He was ready for that. That was all according to plan as far as Violent Kane was concerned, but Basher got the upper hand there with that Shizu JC. Good DP. Okay, now that Shizu JC is doing work. Again, that's the third time this round. With that 5B, they're about even. I think slight lead for Basher, not anymore. Violent Kane takes it, you know, the throw, puts into the red. JB. Threatening. 6 seconds. Oh my goodness. Ran right into that. Now, right now, he's saying, Basher, if you want to have a chance, you got to give me your resource. I'll give you this round, but you got to give me that burst.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I ain't even going to give you this round. Wow.
And that was it.
And I think that's it. Yeah. 2-0, Violent Kane's favor returns the favor, coincidentally, to Basher for eliminating him from last week's tourney. And yeah, Violent Kane moves on in convincing fashion. But of course, Basher, obviously not the result he wanted, but he has a lot to feel good about. He did very well in a very strong tournament bracket. And, there's always next week.
Yeah, exactly. Now we have Killian Violent Kane.
The three remaining players are AR Robert, Killian, and Violent Kane. I mean, that's talk about three killers. That's very exciting. What are you thinking? I cut you off there.
I'm I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
Oh no, you're fine. So this match, obviously, is going to be very exciting. So I'm gonna looks like Yash versus Hal. For some reason, I feel like we saw this recently, but I could be wrong.
We were going to see that Violent Kane versus Guzman.
Oh, you're right.
Oh well, we actually saw
We
that
did.
just for one round. I mean,
Yeah.
for one match, and then he switched to Shizu.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, it seemed familiar. I was like, when? I feel like I've watched that matchup recently. Anyways, I think this should be good. Killian, of course, is probably thinking a lot about AR Robert, wondering what went wrong there. He needs to take a step back if he hasn't already and think about Violent Kane, because if he wants the chance to take on AR Roberts, get the run back, he needs to put down Violent Kane. And Violent Kane just had a very convincing match against Basher. So I feel like Killian cannot go into this taking him lightly or not considering him and thinking about the future, or Violent Kane could just run away with it. However, 3 games, hard to run away with it for 3 games. Yeah, to win 3 games, it has to be fairly convincing, but we shall see. But one thing is for sure, Violent Kane is definitely coming in with a full head of steam. That previous game was convincing. Wow. Wow. Jeez, what is that, 4 DPs now? Good call by Killian to use that move to get out. I think that's sometimes underutilized. It's like having an air dash almost. Oof. And he just lets it rip. Killian fighting back, but the 2D takes it. That's a very tough position to be in. Okay, Killian starts out with the lead. Oh boy. I did not know that punished. So a very tough spot to be in. You got to get that weapon back. Mashes it out to get the weapon back. Very good call by Killian. He took some damage, but he needed to get that weapon back.
Nice air to air.
Oh. And it's interesting. They're just running. They're trading who's in the corner. A lot of interesting movement on the ground. They're going over and under each other. Who tries to chase him down, but that air dash gets him out of there. I love seeing that from Yash because it's very unique movement. But Violent Kane with the DP takes it. Killian did not get a chance to use his burst. Violent Kane up 1-0.
In a pretty convincing way, I would say. Let's see what adaptations Killian makes for the next match.
And what's interesting about both of these players, I think, is, granted, I'm not super familiar with either of these players, but from what I can tell, there's no question of what characters they're bringing to the table. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to grind this out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we got the juggling monkey. I'm a fan of that dude. He's pretty cool, if you ask me. And here we go. Game
The
2.
juggling monkey, yeah.
I love him, yeah. Game 2, Violent Kane up 1. And they're sort of going at each other.
A nice interaction.
Yeah. And you can't say he predicted it, but based on the situation, it wasn't a super risk for Violent Kane when typically DPs are a major risk. Killian was too far away to do anything. Okay. Oh, wow. Jump C. Very nice overhead with a 660. Great DP. And it almost feels like Killian's unsure about how to approach at this point. Violent Kane has been... Oh, never mind. That's some honking damage right there. 11 seconds on the clock. They're about equal life. Good DP from Violent Kane. We've seen a lot of those so far. And it's really an easier said than done thing when going up against Yash.
Yeah, exactly. This has been a pretty even match. And that's it.
Very nice. Very nice from Killian, taking that back with a timeout. Just enough to get through it. Good stuff. Now WFT is on the board. Killian cannot forget about that. Because Hal has one of those WFTs that once it's going, your options are more limited than they were before. Okay, good throw conversion. Wow. Punishes the 5B with a jump C. Now, that's interesting. Violent Kane was prepared for the air dash that time. Now, does Killian abandon the option? He is cornered. And he does not. That's great. I like it. He did eat some damage for it, but you got to let him know that, hey, I'm not afraid. Oof. Nice. Oh, I respect it. It didn't work out, but I respect it. Something of a mix-up off the air reset. Going overhead, but Violent Kane was ready. Okay, that was a missed input from Violent Kane. That should have been the game right there. Or the round, excuse me. Good DP.
Nice DP, yeah.
Very good reactions. I wish I could react that fast. I'll just be honest with you. Very good reactions. Very good punish. Okay. Going for that little bit of chip. Yep, little bit. Oof. Okay, now Violent Kane's definitely caught on to that. And I really like it as an option for Killian to get out of the corner, but I feel like he needs to mix it up a little bit. Nice jump C there. Nice DP. Oh, Violent Kane bursts, so he pops. Oh, no, you gotta do the same. And now he lost that life lead. Oh my goodness.
Wow, that was dope.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
What a great show these players are giving us.
Yeah. Yeah. 1-1. It was to be frank, it was looking like, though early on, Violent Kane was really onto something. And it's not to say that he isn't, but I think Killian taking that game shows that this one isn't over by a long shot. I'm super excited to see how this keeps going forward. Very, very competitive between these two.
What do you think is going to happen in the next match?
Absolutely zero clue. I have no idea. Either one can take it. I feel like Killian had a harder time getting that win than Violent Kane did the second game, but it really doesn't matter. Look at that. Trading what seemed to be Bs right from the get-go. These two seem evenly matched. Let's see how this round goes. This game goes. Okay, Violent Kane asserting himself early. Killian, evening the score though. Oh, nice whiff punish. Very nice. It seems like Violent Kane really has adjusted to the sword throws and the air dash option to get out of the corner. You can see each time it happens, he has a better option for it.
Yeah, he's good at adapting really fast. That's what makes Violent Kane one of the strongest players here in Mexico.
You can see it every single time. It's just the punishes keep getting better and better. However, both in the red, now about even. Both these players certainly want to take this first round. Violent Kane, I was going to say, he opts to just run out the corner rather than try and punish. It does work out. Violent Kane takes the first round. Great DP. Yeah, I think there's been about 10 DPs this game, and that's super hard to do on Josh. Make it 11.
I think Yashimaru and Shizumaru are the two characters that are most difficult to DP.
Yeah, and Violent Kane, I don't know how many he's thrown out, but it seems like almost everyone that's has landed for him, except for the one that cost him last game. Now it looks like Killian's starting to adapt as well. He'd been hit by that setup a few times, and not this time. I'm trying to think if he could have double jumped, but I'm not going to assume that I know the character better than Killian at all. Opts to take the weapon. Very brave move, but he doesn't suffer too badly for it. Oh, and that's it. That's almost identical to how the first game went, in the sense that Violent Kane takes it off of a DP, not allowing Killian to even burst.
Yeah, and that proves what you just said earlier, that your memory is exceptionally good.
It just, I didn't realize that until I started playing fighting games. So, Killian took that second game, and it was really hotly contested. But I feel that he struggled a lot harder to get that game than Violent Kane did to take the game we just saw, if you catch my drift. So I feel like Killian obviously can do it, but he needs to match him. Obviously Violent Kane's on match point here, or match game here. Killian can do it, but he's...
What adjustment do you think Killian should make in order to, take this match?
I don't know. I feel like both of these players are playing at a level that is higher than mine. So I'm actually learning by watching them. What I can tell is that Violent Kane seems incredibly prepared, and Killian is adjusting, but I don't know if he's adjusting fast enough. Oof. Okay, that was a deep jump in. That DP again. Right now, if the match were to end right now, I would say that's the story of the match, is these DPs have been exceptional. Except for, oh no. What do you think, Angel? What's the adjustment here? You play Yash?
Yeah, what I will do, just for starters, is stop jumping, because Violent Kane is very good at, using DP at the right moment. So yeah, I will just try to not to jump.
And he can double jump? No. Could he double jump out of that? Is that an option or not?
Yeah, I think so, but the timing is kind of difficult because the screen kind of stops with the animation.
Yes. Yeah, I 100% know what you're talking about. And I want to say something, but I don't want to because this is so tense. But right now, Violent Kane is looking very convincing, and that's going to do it. Violent Kane takes it 3-1. And, I've played a fair bit of Hao myself, and Hao is a fairly bland character. Bland isn't the right word. Hao is a very fundamental character in the sense that he's got a great DP and a fireball that's pretty unique as far as fireballs are concerned. But his game plan is pretty basic. Like when he gets knocked down, there isn't something crazy going on. It's a safe jump. You know what I mean? Pretty basic character, but we can see there that when he's played well by someone who is capable, he can be an incredible threat. And that felt masterful might be too strong, but Violent Kane played that exceptionally well. And watching AR Robert versus Killian, the thought for me after that game was, how is Killian going to work his way back here? But now that's not how things worked out. It's AR Robert versus Violent Kane. And, I wish I had more experience with these players, because my question is, what's the history between these two? Clearly two very good players.
Yeah, exactly. And these grand finals is actually a deja vu of many other Mexican tournaments. We always have either Cotier or Robert versus Violent Kane.
Okay. And do you have any idea? Obviously, I'm not going to hold you to it, but what do you feel like their record is? Are they pretty even, or does somebody have the lead right now?
To be completely honest, I haven't heard Robert winning a local tournament. I mean, offline. But that's just me, right? Because they live in another city, and
Yes.
I just don't keep track of every tournament that happens.
For sure.
But yeah, I mean, Violent Kane is very present in social media, and I've seen that he's taken many tournaments, both offline and online. So I will say this is going to be definitely difficult for Violent Kane, right? He's coming from losers; he has to win 6 matches. But Robert is a very skilled player, and I don't think he's going to let Violent Kane defeat him. So yeah, I have no clue of what's going to happen. It's going to be a hell of a match. That's what I'm sure of.
Yeah, I'm excited. And I'm trying to see last week's results. I don't know if I have them on hand. I might be able to pull them up. Did Violent Kane make top 8 last week? It doesn't look like he did. Oh, no, you're right. Now I'm remembering. As Marcio stated earlier, Basher took him out. Interesting. So at least as far as last week's tournament is concerned, we're really treading in unknown territory here, because we didn't get to see Violent Kane make it this far, though clearly capable of doing so. So really, it's anyone's guess. All we can hope for is a good one. And really, I'm feeling like they're probably going to deliver on that. Predictions? Favorites?
No, I don't have any favorites. I like them both. They're good players and they're good guys. So I just hope they have fun.
For sure. I can get on board with that. So interesting. Well, a lot of fireballs out the gates. Great DP again. It's really, I don't want to say slow start, but a very measured start to this round. They're definitely feeling each other out. You can clearly see that at the very least, they have a lot of respect for each other. However, Robert does have the lead right now, pretty convincingly, and he extends it. And at this point, you have to feel that Robert, based on what I've seen from him so far, he's happy to play the cat and mouse game. However, Violent Kane with the JC, you know, clearly he can turn around very quick. Now, Violent Kane opting to get on the defensive. I'm assuming it's because Robert had rage right there. But with only 10 seconds left on the clock, it was a smart choice to make because I feel like he had the time, but definitely some next level thinking there. I think most players would have saw 10 seconds and been like, okay, burst or not, I got, you know, rage or not, I got to go in. Okay, Robert's up 1 game. Deflect attempts, 2B, I think that was. Oh my god. Why? Why? It didn't do anything wrong. 50%, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. And you can definitely tell that understandably had an effect on Violent Kane. Going in, looking to try and get that grab. And this is a tough spot. Those couple Ds were the first damage Violent Kane's taken off of Robert this game. Violent Kane bursts. He doesn't really have a choice. Does convert on the throw. Goes for the weapon flip. Still a tough spot to be, but entirely possible. Robert, though, so prepared. He knew that the jump was coming. He immediately hit jump slash, and then when they hit the ground, 6-6D. That, you know, baller 6-6D that Shizumaru has. Excellent choices. He just knew what was going to happen next, and he capitalizes. So first game going to Robert pretty convincingly. We'll have to see what happens here. Still too soon to make any judgments. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And he only has to win 2 more matches, right? And that is definitely affecting Violent Kane, knowing that you have to run it back, 6 matches. And that's even tiring, I would say.
Oh yeah, exhausting. But having been in that situation once recently, coming out of winners, I can say that when you're in winners and you have that bracket reset on you, I don't know. I think the momentum's with the guy coming out of losers. If Violent Kane can find a way, I'd say the momentum's in his favor. However, he's down 1. So, we got a ways to go here. Good DP. Violent Kane really trying to play measured here. Goes for the overhead. Great DPs. Ooh, scary stuff. No DP that time. Great run-up throw from Violent Kane. 16 seconds on the clock. Both players still in the green. Robert gets the throw, converts. Anybody's guess who has the lead. I'm thinking right now it's Violent Kane. 9 seconds left on the clock. Aye, scary stuff. Oh. Oh, no. No, that did it. That did it, I think. Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Wow. This is great.
Wow.
Robert, yeah. Robert decides to cash in on the tap rather than go for the WFT. I guess he figured he's been holding on to it. Might as well charge up another one.
Yeah, exactly. It's only 43 seconds on the clock, so
For sure. You know, dump out the damage while you have the opportunity. Oh. And really, that life bar where Violent Kane's at right now, that's 2 taps. Too soon. That's unfortunate. And I feel like that's the second time I've seen that happen to Violent Kane. And he's making the right decision. He's just slightly too early.
yeah, it's difficult to punish Shizumaru while he's in the air.
For sure. Violent Kane at about 60%. Oh no, the tap. Okay. Dramatic life deficit, but not out yet. He has all of his resources. He currently has WFT at this very moment. Robert most likely acknowledges this and won't allow him to get it. It does run out, but he's still in this game. However, he does not have a lot of life to play with here. Bursts. What are we gonna get? Burst. Oh. Aye. Gets that jump C.
Something tells me that a DP is coming soon. And that's it.
Oh, wow. Wow. Wow.
That was sick.
Yeah. One of the cool things about commentating this game is, I think sometimes there's this desire where you have to be saying something at all times, and sometimes you just got to shut up and watch. That was incredibly intense. So far, we're 2 games in, and this is looking super promising. This is a great match, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
1-1 right now. So something of a slow start here. Opts not to go for the 5C. I think he got the max damage there. And right now, Violent Kane is, for this round at least, strongly in the lead. Oh, with throw, too late. Makes the right decision, just sort of backs off. Now, yeah, Robert caught the tip of the 5B there for the punish, but it looks, sometimes when that happens, I think the hitbox retracts backwards, and Shizu, just doesn't seem to stick. Which is unfortunate because Robert got punished for it, cost him the round. Once again, Kane quickly with a life lead here. Wow.
That was whack.
Yeah, caught him on the other side, right? That was wild. DP. Nice jump C. And Robert is hunting. He's got WFT in hand and taps. He has them. Robert is definitely hunting for damage right now. No Eason.
No, I think the explosion caught him in the air, so it wasn't open.
You don't think that Violent Kane was punishable there?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Okay. So really, that was a convincing second game. I'm not going to assume to know what Robert needs to do, but clearly, whatever was happening there wasn't working. I don't expect him to change characters. It'll be interesting to see what the adjustment is because one's coming. As you mentioned earlier, Robert isn't just going to hand this away to him.
But what do you think? Download complete, or it was just a good set for a good match for Violent Kane?
If I could make any assumption, Robert was looking kind of jittery. He did not. He looked like he was starting to lose his patience, or maybe even a little frustrated. Something. He was playing a bit more reckless, and he was running into stuff. Download complete. I'm not sure, but it looked like the mindset he needed to win. Sort of the guard dropped there. He needs to recompose himself. Now, reminiscent of the first game, they're playing a little fireball war here. Shizu JC stuffs the How DP. 2 JCs from Violent Kane, and Violent Kane was ready. He knew that situation was where he could expect to tap. He was blocking way before Shizu even started his animation. So maybe you're right. I don't know. It's possible. He was way too ready for that tap.
Yeah, exactly. And by looking at the life lead he has right now, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to spoil his results so far, but I think this might be a download complete moment.
It's 100% possible. I believe it. Violent Kane at about 60% life takes the first round. Score right now 2-1. He needs one more round to reset the bracket. No DP. Yeah, I got to admit, I was reading the comments, and this is a real treat to watch. I got to say, these guys are playing incredibly well. Two Ds overheads. Violent Kane opting just to get out of the corner. WFT on the table, but really he hasn't had a lot of luck with it. But he hasn't needed it either. Robert bursts. Straight into WFT. He's got a slight life lead. His opponent, no weapon. Yeah. Violent Kane's in trouble. Now he's up one game. He can afford to give it away. Yep. There it is. We got 1-1 on the fourth game. Potentially bracket reset by Violent Kane if he takes this next round. 2D.
Help us in the chat with a 1 if you want the reset. If you want the bracket to be reset. Hit 2 if you want Robert to take it.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this actually. Oh, that was a. Oh my goodness! Now you wish you had that still. Now you wish you had that still. Oh man. So Robert, he's about even at the life here, but he is out of resources, whereas Violent Kane still has his meter to do with as he pleases. Robert takes the lead. Violent Kane is enraged. And it's just this over, under sort of neutral. They're just going over and under each other. Violent Kane bursts. Great JB. Overheads. One of my favorite buttons in the game. That how overhead is just so satisfying. No, I think
I'm sure that was SSM.
But he already spent it. He forgot.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Wow. Oh. Wow. You got to give it to Robert. He went into that round. I can't, I've been so lost in the game. I don't know when he lost that bar. But he was down on life. He had no bar. Violent Kane had the life lead. He had a bar. Robert somehow found a way to pull that one out.
Yeah,
That was
exactly.
impressive.
Props to Robert for that round.
That was impressive. Okay. So we're sort of locked in. It looks like Violent Kane's got Hal. Obviously, Robert coming off of the win. He can't pick anyone other than Shizu. So we're going in one way or another. Not one way or another. This can go one of two ways. Either Robert's going to end this right now, or Violent Kane's going to reset the bracket. Once again, it's interesting. They've started almost every single game with a little bit of fireballs, and then you almost don't see them again after that. And then we're back to this over-under. Oof. Now, I would assume that he was expecting the throw, and it worked out in his favor, but what do I know? That might have been as planned. Regardless, it worked. Nice DP. Violent Kane in the green. Oh, not anymore. This is why you don't talk. And, you know,
Yes.
that run under confirm, we've seen so many rounds end off of that run under confirm. But this time it's in Robert's favor. Last time I saw it, it was in Violent Kane's favor. This time, Robert's favor. Good punish. You know, easier said than done sometimes. Great DP.
Yeah, his reactions are pretty on point.
Yeah, I mean, his DP's, it's very difficult to do, and he's doing incredibly well. Good punish there. Oy! Nice call.
Wow, the range and the damage.
Yeah, like it was just barely in range. Robert chases him down, and really, this is the last round right here. Either Robert takes it or Violent Kane resets. Robert out to an early lead here. Ooh. No.
Wow, that was painful. That was very painful.
Oh, this poor man. This damn character. My goodness. So what are you gonna do? Okay, so that 5. Ooh. Oh, he just sort of walked into that. Now he you know, Violent Kane's in a bad spot. Famous last words.
Exactly, and Robert takes it, and Robert is our week 2 champion.
Congratulations,
and that's 30
to Robert.
points.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you're right. Robert has a total of 30 points, and that means that based off of just who was in grand finals, Violent Kane has 15. That was a hell of a match. Really makes you want to.
That's the table point, the point table. What do you say? That the scoreboard for this for the first 2 weeks.
Oh yes, it's 30 points each time. Okay, got it. So Robert's currently at 60, and frankly, if you are dedicated to competing regularly in this tournament, you have to start feeling that if you don't put a bounty on Robert's head and take him out, he can run away with this thing. I mean, 30 points. Can they afford to let him win again? You know what I mean? I don't know if they can. I don't know if they can. So, Robert, if you're gonna stop him now, you know you got to do it quick, because 30 more points. I don't think you guys can afford it. But regardless, what a great grand finals. I would have loved to see another set. It didn't work out that way today. But I would hope that Violent Kane will come back next week, as well as all the competitors come back next week and show us their stuff, because, man, we had a lot of great matches today. And it was a blast to watch. What do you think, Angel?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you will be able and to spread the word, right? So more players can join us next week. I just need to confirm with Marco if I'm sorry, if we're going to change the days because of Wednesday night fights.
Yes.
I was hoping that probably we could move it to the Thursdays, so we will have more participants, But we're gonna have to look into that, right?
For
And
sure.
but yeah, I mean, as you said, great matches, great players, and yeah, we have Guzman, we have Sinister X, who also can give testimony that they are having a good time and that Mexican players are not free.
No, I think it was super exciting for me to join today, and I was so glad I got the opportunity, because anybody who's been paying attention to competitive Sam Show knows that Mexico is very strong in this game. There's a strong Mexican scene, so it's great to be able to show that off, because though it is open to North America, for me the highlight is being able to see the top tier Mexican competition. That being said, I competed myself this week, and just based off my experience, if you've been there's a lot of options for Samurai Showdown tournaments right now online, and compete in as many as you can, but mix it up a little bit. From personal experience, I've been to 3 Wednesday night fights, and I was getting bodied at first, and it's because I'm fighting new players I'm not used to fighting and running into different play styles. So really get out there and find some new competition, and you most certainly find that here. A lot of unique players you don't often see, and unique approaches to the game, so it's in your benefit to come and give it a shot.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, fighting other people, I mean, because they're the same characters, of course, right?
For
But
sure.
like you mentioned, you are used to playing initial drive CQ, but it's very different from Nexonitis, I would say, and definitely different from Cotiers.
For sure.
So it doesn't matter that you face the same characters once and again, but every person has their own style, and that will only make you stronger.
Agreed. So come out and play some new players and see a new approach to the game. I highly recommend it.
Adelante, Marquio.
I just want to thank you, Sugar Bear, for your time, Angel Freak too, for this tournament. I think was amazing. I think the reception of the tournament is great. So thank you very much for your time, and obviously for our staff, Ares, Paradox, Andre, and Cotir, for all the effort in this tournament. And we hope see you next week. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, on the contrary, Marco, thank you for having us. And thank you, Sugar Bear, for having accepted the invitation. And we hope to see you further in the tournament, right? We're gonna
Yeah.
have next week. Next week, I mean, as a participant and a commentator, I was gonna say this, like every commentator can be a good player or just a player, right? But not every player can be a commentator. So we really appreciate having you here, and we hope you had a good time also, and yeah, we hope to see you in the next week as a commentator. I mean, as a participant, and as we progress, also have you as a commentator.
For sure. Yeah, it was a wonderful opportunity. I'm so glad you guys invited me to do it, and I'll definitely be back. Thank you so much.
Y para la gente que está por ahí en español, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros, y nos vemos la siguiente semana. Thank you so much. Bye.
Gracias a todos por sintonizarnos. A ver si no suena muy arcaico mi comentario. Qué bueno que estuvieron aquí, chicos. Ya saben, porfa denle follow al canal, nos ayuda un chorro. Compártanlo, díganle a sus cuates que este torneo es gratis, no necesitan pagar absolutamente nada, lo único que necesitan es tener su juego exclusivo para PlayStation 4 y pues se trata de pasar un buen rato, ganes o pierdas, mientras aprendas, está perfecto. Sale, muchísimas gracias a todos y nos vemos la próxima semana.